Welcome into the final Cowboys game of the 2024 NFL season. I am Tom Downey, producer Chris Daughtry behind the scenes for today's show. About an hour to go until kickoff of this one as the Dallas Cowboys host the Washington Commanders. They are significant underdogs in this particular game, 6.5-point home dogs as the Commanders. Sounds like, unless the game gets out of hand, one way or the other, they're going to keep their starters in there for the entirety of the game as they look to improve their playoff seeding, lock up the number 6 seed, which is up for grabs with the Packers also in the mix there. The Cowboys just really fighting for potential draft pick spotting. We will keep you guys updated on that and where things sit throughout the entirety of today's game. As it specifically relates to the 1 p.m. slate, we are Colts fans today. We want the Colts to win to knock them down a peg in the NFL draft order at minimum. And other games that matter is not as plentiful for the 1 p.m. slate. I guess we're Falcons fans too, which doesn't matter if the Cowboys simply don't beat the Commanders. Commanders' offense been playing very well. Defense has been a little bit shaky. They've had ups and downs on offense as well. Plus, the Cowboys did already beat them once this year. Who you got winning this one? D for the Dallas Cowboys, W for the Washington Commanders. Let me know in the comments section of today's show who you got winning this particular matchup. I'll give some shout-outs here as they come in. Max has W. Gil's got D. Let's see. Shaq's got a W. Demara's got a D. National Football League Edits has Dallas. Alex has Dallas. Max, Bust Insider. God damn it. He boomed me. The name got me. That's a good one. Bust in. Yeah. Well, we're off to a great start on the stream where I get absolutely cooked by the chat. So, more Cowboys votes coming in from Todd Tomlin, Brent, John, Maria, Araldo, Alex, Cowboys Prod. We're going to go back to planting or getting some questions up on other live shows, and I think Bustin's going to be a good one. It's a good one to hit. I feel like I fell for that. I'm normally really good about not falling for those. That's a good one. Pamela's got a D. Caden is a D. Zach's and Bustin are laughing at me. Yeah, it's all valid. It's all valid. Keep the votes coming. Who you got in this one? As of right now, 79%, up to 80% are voting in favor of the Cowboys. We'll see how this one plays out. I would have doubts that we'll see. We'll talk about quarterback stuff and how much effort's truly going to be shown from the guys. I think they'll try, but the Commanders are a better team. Maybe not better coach. It's what we saw last time these two teams played. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. It is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. It is playoff time in college football and almost playoff time in pro football. So it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of football action with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the playoffs. Avoid Jack Lottery. We're 0 for 1 to start on the flex play. I thought Derrick Henry less than was a good process. Ravens could be up big. They might get to sit some players. They did not get up big, and they did not get to sit players in that matchup. Jaden Daniels, less than rushing yards. We'll see how much he really runs in this one. And I do like Justin Jefferson more than receiving yards. So gotta get those two, or else this Prize Pick slate comes up short. However, you can get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup by downloading the Prize Picks app over at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get that $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS. This is the pregame Super Chat menu on tap for today. $5 since he's been, I think he's the MVP of the season. I think it's Brandon Aubrey. We will give away $5 get you 2 signed Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle entries. We will raffle that off at the end of today's show. $20, I will do a shot. We've got our Kami shots back, not a sponsor, fresh out of the freezer. And I'll do a Bean Boozled because I hate these, and we're not going to get too many of those moving forward. So spin the wheel for that. $50, I will do 2 beer bongs, which I would like to do. I bought like a 24-pack the other day, so we are in fantastic shape on that. Week 18 MVP, most combined supers or Venmos, gets the Cowboys Report MVP football. And if you send a $500 super chat or Venmo, you match the record, which is the most we've ever had on the Cowboys Report, and you'll get a custom Cowboys jersey like the one I'm wearing of Anthony for today. We have the early narrow lead over the Commanders in the super chat battle. I want to bury them in this. I don't want them to have success. I hope they get their ass kicked in the first round of the playoffs, depending on who they play. Might be a lose-lose where they play the Eagles, and then it's like, what are you going to do? But get those super chats. And we have one, by the way, from Cowboy Prods. It's D all day. We got to lock this in. I'll save thoughts on whether or not you want to win or not when we get to a different portion of the pregame show. I will make note, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle again as well, both halftime raffle and post-game raffle. $20 to enter that at What's Going Downey. No surprise, but Hawkeyes already into both of them, which is par for the course there. Appreciate that, Hawkeyes. One final Cowboys game raffle. We will be live for the CFP semifinal Friday between Texas and Ohio State, so we'll do a raffle then. But that is the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. Don't know why that didn't come through on the Cotton Bowl logo. So you'll have to probably add that at some point, but that's okay. Hit that Venmo at What Going Downey, $20 to enter. Now, we do have the Cowboys inactives as well. Will Grier, the quarterback. He is the emergency third-string quarterback. We'll get to Trey Lance is going to start here in a little bit. He is starting today for the Cowboys. More on that to come. Chuma Adoga is a scratch as well. He's been battling that toe issue again. So Tyler Guyton, which I think is the very clear, correct answer, is going to start at left tackle. Backup defensive lineman Justin Rogers, Ernest Brown, both of whom have been claimed off of practice squads in recent weeks, are scratches again. That's more of a 2025 potential piece. Tyrus Wheat and Damone Clark also scratches. That also means that your full allotment of wide receivers are available. All 6 of them are active, and also Deuce Vaughn is active in today's game with no Ezekiel Elliott. This could very well be a Deuce Vaughn's RB 2.5 and Hunter Lipke's RB 2A, 2B type of deal there. No Damone Clark, which I think is if you weren't already sure what was going to happen long-term to Damone Clark, I question if this regime and this organization views him as a piece moving forward. I think they're mostly out on him at this point. Now, Cowboys have nothing to play for. They can maybe play for the head coach and fight and claw and their own contracts and stuff too. But big picture, there's nothing to play for today for the Dallas Cowboys. They are just fighting to not hurt their draft pick anymore. So I think both answers are valid. Whichever side you're on, I hear you. You want to win because losing isn't fun, and you beat a rival. You don't want to build a losing culture or whatever, and players got contracts they're playing for, etc. Or do you want that extra 2 or 3 high pick draft spot? You know, it might be said and done where you're still like a full 2 games back of the number 10 pick, but you could have the number 11 pick in this upcoming NFL draft. You are anywhere from, as we'll get into, number 11 in the best case to number 16 in the worst case. So you've got options, and you have the potential to get that secure top 15 pick at the absolute worst case and be just outside the top 10 this year. So do you want to beat the Commanders? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comments of today's show. King Trill is on Team Tank. Bustin is on Better Draft Pick. Not going to fall for it twice, but it is pretty funny. I think both are valid. So Y for yes, N for no. Do you want to beat the Commanders? MJ in with 2 entries into the signed Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle. Guy says, got my jersey on, DC Pharrell. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. As a reminder, every $5 super chat is going to get you 2 entries into the Brandon Aubrey signed jersey raffle, which we will do at the end of today's game. $20 shot and a Bean Boozled. $50 for a beer bong. 2 of them, actually. Most combined supers or Venmo gets the week. Oh, I almost sent that ball flying. Week 18 MVP football. And $500 custom Cowboys jersey. You match the record here. And I'll probably do a beer bong and a shot and a bunch of crazy stuff as well to celebrate it. So appreciate everyone who was locked in here in a wasted season for the Dallas Cowboys. Now let's talk quarterback stuff here. First up, Cooper Rush does have incentives that if he were to get to 55% of the team snaps, he would get an additional $250,000 on his contract. Now, he has already hit one part of the $250,000 by getting to 45%. That is locked in. He plays 0 snaps. It's not going to fall far enough down. He has secured that at this point. The additional 55% he's just shy on, there's been some bad information out there. It's not 80 snaps. It is 65 snaps. If the Cowboys were to play 65 snaps today, and Cooper Rush played every single one of them, he would be at exactly 55%. Now, they've averaged right around 56 or 65 snaps per game on offense. Now, if you doesn't play all of those, then you got to get more snaps and more total snaps in general. So it doesn't sort of scale like you just got to get to 55. If it's 65 and if it's 65 and they play 75, then he doesn't get there. But he is not going to start today. Now, a competent organization would simply generate some goodwill and say, Cooper, we're going to make you the backup. We're paying you the bonus anyway. It doesn't really impact the salary cap at all. It generates goodwill, and it probably gets players more likely to do incentive-based contracts. If you know they get super close, they don't have to worry about not playing a meaningless Week 18 game. It's the exact same thing they did with Sean Lee a couple years ago when Lee sat out a meaningless game, did not get his incentive, and the Cowboys gave it to him. It was a lot more money then as well. So with Rush out, he is quarterback 2 today. Trey Lance is in line to get the start for the Dallas Cowboys. We have not seen Lance play meaningful snaps in the regular season really since week 2 of 2022, the last time he really started a football game. It has been a very long time since we have seen Trey Lance out there in a game that matters. So this is certainly something worth monitoring and could be more exciting and could also be better or maybe worse or who knows. But I think there will be some more entertainment, some more chaos, some more intrigue in this game as a result of Trey Lance starting, which I think if the Cowboys had lost in Week 16, I think there's a real chance that they would have played Lance in Week 17 and Week 18. But it was hard to bench Cooper Rush coming off wins and actually good performances. So that's how it goes. We'll see how Lance plays. And I'm very curious how Mike McCarthy calls the game plan as well. Now, Will Grier, I will make note, has been promoted to the Cowboys roster for Week 18. Now, he is the emergency third-string quarterback. He will only play in the event of Trey Lance going down and Cooper Rush going down with various injuries. But they are going to give him a little game check there. I wonder if this kind of came down to futures impacts and how those deals are organized with active roster versus practice squad stuff. But they're giving him a game day call-up maybe as a thank you to helping out the team as the emergency third QB since Dak went down. It's possible. Now, we know Lance is going to play more. Who do you think should play more in today's game? TL for Trey Lance, CR for Cooper Rush, or WG for Will Grier? Who do you think should play more in this Week 18 matchup? You can grab my drink off my table, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate that. Got a lot of talking to do over the next 12 hours, so gotta make sure I'm hydrated. Got Cowboys. We will not do, by the way, on that note, we will not do our normal Cowboys postgame reaction because who cares? We'll wait till the 425 games wrap up, and then we'll do updated draft pick with where the Cowboys are sitting. Maybe we'll get news on McCarthy, and we'll do that as well, but that's going to be a key part. TL for Trey Lance, CR for Cooper Rush. Bustin says BA for Brandon Aubrey. I think we're gonna have at least one trick play today from the Cowboys, like just like a double reverse or something crazy. Or come out with Dowdle in the Wildcat and throw it back to Trey Lance or something nutty. CR for Cooper Rush, WG for Will Greer, TL for Trey Lance. Chris, I'll bring you on here in just a second if you want to get your camera up too. TL's from Spider Black, Uncle or Braden Ellie, them boys. Caesar says me again. This is attempted murder. You can't put me out there. I will die. I am not athletic enough. I am not anything enough to survive in that status. So, Chris, who would you play?
I mean, I guess I would play Trey Lance. Maybe let's turn this up, see if that works. I guess I would play Trey Lance. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But Will Greer, remember last year during the preseason, went crazy that last game. So, I mean, I know he hasn't been in the organization. Like, has he been there all year on the practice squad?
Mid-season pickup.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Trey Lance is any good. I would probably.
But I want to see it.
Yeah, I get it. Just nothing but RPOs. Maybe put all three quarterbacks in on the same play.
Someone said just sign Romo.
Yeah. I mean, it's about the same.
That's funny. Get your votes in. TL for Trey Lance, CR for Cooper Rush, WG for Will Greer. MP, if Teddy Bridgewater can come back, why not Romo? LOL. I think the difference is Romo's in golf shape. He's not in football shape. That is a difference. I am in neither type of shape. All right, let's talk what to watch for with about 40 minutes of change till kickoff here in this final game of a bad season. Oh, boy, they're going to play more Deuce Vaughn today. We're going to see more Deuce Vaughn today. Can't wait. I wonder how much they're actually going to give work to Rico Dowdle. I'm a little bit worried about that. Just like as someone in a Week 18 miracle situation for a Advanced Championship, and I have Rico. All right, anyway. Number one thing to watch for. No new injuries. I think a successful game for the Cowboys is they get out of this game with no impact negatively on their 2025 outlook. That's a very low bar. Like, honestly, if I were the Cowboys and I were the front office key decision makers, I'd tell Mike, hey, man, like, what we're going to do is when Micah gets to 10 sacks, he's done. We're sitting him. Because the absolute, knock on wood, worst case scenario is you lose Micah Parsons for next season, or you lose a key player like a Tyler Smith or a Cooper Beebe or whatever. I would not. That is the worst case outcome. So don't let it happen. Sit him. You should, to an extent, really treat this as a preseason game. I think that's how it should happen. Number 2 thing to watch today is the draft pick positioning. And with nothing left to play for, and I do want to listen to what Jay Glazer has to say here, and he's going to talk coaching stuff. And I will make note, Jay's buddies with Mike McCarthy, so I am curious how this plays out. I'll listen to that in a second. Talk about candidates, interims, whatever. Draft pick positioning. Chris, I'll just have you listen to it, and that way you can tell me what he says. That's probably easier. Makes for a better product on air, too. The current NFL draft order sits like this, and these are the potential outcomes with where the Cowboys can pick. They can jump all the way to number 11 if the Niners and Colts win. What you see in parentheses, by the way, is the strength of schedule. Now, that will be adjusted. That will be impacted by what happens in other games as it matters. So the difference between the Cowboys and Falcons is narrow enough to change and flip today. That is possible. Probably not for the Niners, for the Colts, definitely not for the Dolphins. Now, the Cowboys have currently picked number 13. A loss, at minimum, would lock them into a top 13 pick. The Colts will be playing at the 1 p.m. slot. The Niners would be playing at the 4:25 p.m. slot against the 49ers, against the Cardinals. So what could happen here is we will determine if we cheer for the Niners or Cardinals based on what happens in the Cowboys game this afternoon. So you're going to have, I think, a pretty good chance, because Falcons will play 1 p.m. slot, of having a top 15 pick. How close will you get to the top 10 pick, but you can only get to number 11. Now the Saints have a 2-game lead on you already. That will be determined. Now, we'll see if they can get to number 11 or if they stay at 13 or 12. We will keep an eye on that Indy game for you and the Falcons game as well. Indy and Atlanta are both favored in their particular matchups today. So who you got in this one? Not who you want to win, but who you have winning this matchup. D for the Dallas Cowboys, W for the Washington Commanders. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. As your votes come in, as a reminder, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey. $20 to enter this one. At What Going Downey. Again, Trey Lance will start today for the Cowboys. I think we'll see more Deuce Vaughn. Curious what happens. What did he say on Chris?
All I could really tell was he was saying time will tell.
Lame.
Yeah.
No real update. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Who you got, D or W, for the Cowboys and the Commanders? Get those votes in. We got a couple $10 super chats. That's 4 entries into the signed Brandon Aubrey jersey. Tom, I honestly believe you could complete a pass behind that Philly offensive line. If Kenny can look competent, I think anyone can. Anyways, who do you think the CD of the draft is that slips to the Cowboys? Oh. Is there one? I don't know if there will be. I don't know if... I don't know how good the top of this draft is. And again, we'll do an entire video on this, but like the guys that I would love to find a way to get, which I think you're going to be too far out of to enter that range, is you're not going to get Travis Hunter. Let's assume quarterbacks go 2 in the top 5 to kind of benefit you a little bit there. I would love to get Mason Graham. I don't think he's going to slide to you. I don't think Abdul Carter is going to slide to you. I'd be a little surprised if Tet McMillan, Will Johnson slid down. So you're kind of looking at, does Ashton Genty get to you? And if not, is Luther Bird in there? Do you want to go offensive line again? Do you think Kelvin Banks Jr. in particular, probably more so than Will Campbell, is worthy of that top pick? Does Mika Buka, Kenneth Grant, do you want to go safety and take Malachi Starks and have him at a lower premium position? Do one of those pass rushers interest you, which they've got concerns on James Pierce and Nick Scorton and Micah Williams. So it was kind of a great year to have a top 5 pick. Because I think in general with this class, the top 5 guys kind of feel more like top 10 picks, and the top 10 picks kind of feel more like top 15 to fringe top 20 guys, and the top 15, top 20 guys feel like guys you'd rather take at the mid to late part of round 1. There's Hunter's a special player. I really like Mason Graham as well, but none of those guys jump off as like, yeah, this is a obvious. I'm a big Mason Graham guy. He's not Quinnen Williams though. That was a top 5 pick. I like Will Johnson a lot. He was not Patrick Surtain necessarily. So I like Abdul Carter a lot, but he is not the same caliber of those like number 1 overall pick pass rushers we've seen with the Bosa's, etc. So it gets a little bit dicey. So maybe somebody slides, maybe somebody doesn't. But I'd rather have the earlier pick, because worst case, I can trade down. It's a very good question, Zach, and we'll spend a lot of time on draft here, I promise you. Matt Temple, I just can't bring myself to root against the Cowboys regardless of the draft position. My mindset has always been, you're rooting for a short-term Cowboys loss for a long-term Cowboys win. But in the end, that doesn't. I get it. It's a difficult mindset to fully embrace. So I totally understand on that front. Chris B says he is happy that Trey Lance is starting. Can't watch Rush anymore. I get it. It's at least going to be more entertaining. It might not be good, but it's not bad. It might not. At least it's not boring. How about that? Chris?
Yeah, I mean, too, like if Trey Lance goes out there and plays absolutely terrible and the Cowboys lose this game, that's another thing that could help get Mike McCarthy fired if you're on that track too. Like if he goes out there and balls out and the Cowboys win this game, there's a real chance that Mike McCarthy could come back for another season.
We'll see. We'll see how he plays. Counterpoint: if he balls out, why the hell wasn't he playing him earlier? So, Jerry made the comment that the haze in the barn, which I hope is the case, because otherwise, what's the? You shouldn't let this game impact you at all. Not at all. By the way, Brent is into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Thank you, Brent. Just all got a comment there. Brent Carter said, hope geriatric Jerry doesn't screw up the offseason, LOL. Brent, I hope you're right. We'll see what ends up happening, but I don't trust him. And I think a lot of you guys don't trust him either, because why would you? So the pregame Super Chat menu is as follows. $5 is 2 signed Brandon Aubrey jersey rental or entries. $20 we'll do a shot. It's the commie shot, fresh out of the freezer. It's red. It's vodka. Get it? Communism. Commanders. Bean Boozled as well. $50 for 2 beer bongs. The Week 18 MVP, most combined Super Chats or Venmos, gets the MVP football. $500 custom Cowboys, like the one I'm rocking for Anthony, will get it shipped out to you. And it will match the record for largest individual Super Chat or Venmo on the show. Plus, you would put yourself in premium position for the Cowboys Report MVP football. We are also doing, like Hawkeyes and Brent have already done, the Venmo 50/50 raffle today. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. $20 to enter. We've done take-homes of hundreds of dollars throughout the season. I hope that continues again today. So Venmo me, at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Ooh, hold on, let me pull this up. Who's out there running back? Is it Rico out there with the first team? I can pull it up. Phone stops glitching out, or laptop stops glitching out on me. Yeah, it's Rico out there with the ones, plus Tolbert and looks like Cooks. Okay. Chris B. Glazer just said a surprise name teams might try to trade for is Kevin O'Connell for the Vikings. Probably not happy. We should trade our first for him. In general, I am very worried about trading away draft picks for head coaches. Can you find someone who you know is also really good elsewhere, or you think is going to be really good elsewhere? I'll say this. It's not happening. This reeks of Glazer doing O'Connell a favor. Like, the Vikings are just going to pay him. Like, there's really no doubt about that Kevin O'Connell is going to get a big fat contract extension. Like, I don't think there's any doubt from anybody that that's going to happen. Like, he is clearly just one of the best coaches in the game. There's no way the Vikings let him walk. So other teams might have interest, but there's no way the Vikings are going to move on from Kevin O'Connell. The answer is going to be no. We're keeping him and we're paying him. So, and I think for a coach of O'Connell's stature, we're talking the John Gruden trade package, and that's like 2 firsts, and that's also probably a non-starter for this particular organization. So it's a good question, quick, Chris B. I appreciate it. You are into the Venmo 50/50 raffle as well. Get to another super chat here in just a second. Also from Chris B. So that's double the entries. That really ends up being 4 entries there for my boy Chris B. Here on the Cowboys Report. We are inside of a half hour to go until kickoff of this game. We will keep you updated on the impactful scores in terms of draft positioning as well. Go Falcons, go Colts today. Chris B says, I want McCarthy gone, but I'm preparing myself for him to be back. How long will the extension be if back? 2 to 3 years? Please not another 5 years. So here's what you're facing, in particular with McCarthy. He is a free agent. Why would Mike sign a 2 to 3 year extension? He wants job security. If he thinks he can get a different job elsewhere, that's possible. Like, if Mike had like 3 years left on his deal, then a 2 to 3 year extension makes a lot of sense. It does take 2 to tango in this particular contract talk. If the Cowboys want him back, and if Mike wants to return, you're facing down the barrels of, you got to do a big offer, because otherwise maybe Mike says leave. And by the way, if your head coach is wanted by nobody else and he's willing to do a 2 or 3 year extension, hey, maybe that's a red flag and why you shouldn't be keeping him. or be keeping him. So I get why a lot of us want a shorter extension, why the Cowboys might want a shorter extension. I also just think it's a bad idea for your organization to extend your head coach and have 2 to 3 years left. I just like, and honestly, if I were McCarthy and they gave me like a 2 to 3 year offer, I'd say, see ya. I don't want that. It's like you got to commit. And if you still don't know if you want to commit, you actually do know. You actually do know that he's not your guy. So we will see how things play out in the next week or so. Knowing the Cowboys, they're going to drag this bad boy out. Or they'll make some like lowball offer to Mike of like, you can come back, but it's a 2-year deal and we get to pick your OC. And Mike goes, F that, I don't want to be a part of it. Or they drag it out and announce he's not back right in time for the Eagles playoff game. Which they did once already. They did it against with Garrett, which annoys me. But that's where we're at. All right, Jotman, that's a shot and a Bean Boozled. Okay, let's spin the Bean Boozled first. That's a way. Finally get to end this dreadful season. Now just 2 weeks of dragging out the coaching decision to hire some retread, followed by nothing in free agency and a disappointing draft. This team is a toxic relationship. That's an old one. Certainly not the first time we've seen that come true. Wow. I'm going to hopefully this doesn't move. It is strawberry smoothie and not berry blue toothpaste by that much. It's moving now, but it was on the strawberry smoothie / dead fish. So I'm going to do shot first and hope it's not dead fish. The Bean Boozled are just the nasty jelly beans or good jelly beans sometimes.
I got one of the dead fishes the other day. Could not eat it.
It's bad.
It might be the worst. To me, it's like up there with the old bandage. Those are the two worst in my opinion.
I'm trying to figure out which one is which here. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Or is that Tutti Frutti? My issue is the peach and barf and strawberry and banana smoothie look identical. I'm going to go with this one. No, that looks too yellow. I don't know which is which. That's... All right, screw it. Let's just try this one. I think that's barf. I think it's barf. You want to read this super chat for me, Chris? As I power through this?
Got a $10 super chat here from Bob the Builder. Says he's got Trey Lance multiple touchdown, single leg parlay. Going to make him rich, hopefully.
I hope you're right, buddy.
Yeah, it's not the worst, honestly, because I could totally see Trey Lance running a lot today.
Well, he's not one to hit the process very good for the air, so I do think he's going to run. We'll see. It'll be entertaining, I hope, is really my goal. That's my hope. All right, Nick D is into the first half Venmo 50 raffle, the second half Venmo 50-50 raffle, and is in with 4 entries into the raffle as well. Also, that's not how you spell Bob. It's not Bondy Builder. Bob the Builder there, Chris. Nick D says 50-50 in raffle. Thanks, Catboys, at this last Cowboys game of the season. We'll see how it plays out. Hopefully it's not hopefully there's at least like some fun stuff that happens, All right, let's go to what to watch for number 3. Various milestones and metrics are at play in this particular game. And I wonder how the Cowboys will approach it. So first up, Micah Parsons is a half sack away from 10. He'd become the 5th NFL player since the NFL began tracking sacks to record at least 10 in each of the first 4 seasons. The other 4 guys are all NFL Hall of Famers, or at least are going to be inducted in the near future. So that's one, and I would advocate for Micah gets the 10 sacks, sit him down. Let's not let a truly meaningless Week 18 game cost you. Just sit him down. Rico Dowdle is 1 rushing yard away for the most of any Cowboys running back since 2019. It has been that long. He needs one. I think he might play a little bit more just because there's nobody else. It's Deuce Vaughn and Hunter Lipke behind them. So, there you go. Cooper Rush needs a 55% playtime incentive. He needs, despite what has been reported out there, it's just wrong math. He needs 65 snaps of 65 snaps. So there is a path for it. He's not going to start. If I were the Cowboys, I would simply garner some goodwill and beat your cheap allegations and just pay out the $250,000. That's it. It's a no-brainer. Prevents you from doing literally nothing next offseason. There's no impact. It's almost a rounding error for the amount of revenue the NFL brings. It's not quite a rounding error, but it's pretty close to it. Just pay him. Just pay him the bonus. It's fine. That way everyone's happy. Rush gets his money. Lance gets to play. We don't have to watch Rush play again. There you go. It's fine. It's fine. Number 4 to watch, or what to watch for. Mike McCarthy and his play calling and his decision making. Like, Lance is going to start. I am very curious what they do with Trey Lance. Do they go back to the preseason game plan of just letting the man cook, or do they lean very heavily on the ground game? Is this a F it, we're down by a lot, let's just let guys throw? Let's just have some fun, run some trick plays? Or is this a let's try to limit the mistakes that Lance could make and do a read option-heavy offense and try to implement some RPOs and get him on the run? In general, I hate the sprint out right play. Much more open to it with Trey Lance out there. Especially when there's no CeeDee Lamb and your number one receiver is going to be some combination of Jalen Tolbert, Brandon Cooks, etc. So I am very curious how McCarthy calls his plays. Do we see a bunch of trick plays? Do we get the last game of the year, can't hold anything back, and they just dump the playbook out altogether with a bunch of trick play nonsense, which would be entertaining? Or do we see like a try to win the game plan? What to watch for number 5, the quarterback play. Obviously, Cooper Rush is the backup. Will Grier is the third-string quarterback, the emergency third-string QB. Rush is not going to hit these incentives. We'll see how that plays out. He did his job as backup QB. He did his job. Now, especially once you adjust for expectations, you can even argue he exceeded those expectations. This is not a playoff-winning quarterback. The numbers very clearly bear that out. And then Trey Lance is the mystery box. And the mystery box is a lot more appealing when the season's over and you're in week 18. It's a lot more entertaining to see what the mystery box has in this type of game. That's why I've got no complaints about the Cowboys playing Trey Lance. Just let's see what happens. Play it out. Figure out what goes on here. And if it looks great, great. If not, whatever. You tried. Who cares? Season's over anyway. Now, Will Grier is the emergency third-string quarterback. He's been called up. Can only play in the event of multiple injuries to Rush and Lance. But Grier is active and is the third-string emergency QB. What is your confidence level in beating the Commanders? Scale it for me from 1 to 10. 1 on the low end, 10 on the high end. What is your confidence level in beating the Commanders? 1 to 10. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. You can put 0 if you want, like Brian did. That's fine. That's fine with me. Max is 2 of 10. Okay. Mason says 5. Hurricane Jason's got a 9. 2 of 10. 10, 5, 3. Troy, we have your 10 entries already. Got you covered there, Troy. Appreciate that for doing the mod duties. Appreciate that. 0.69, 3.5, 3.14, 0, 10, 5, 7, but I want to lose so we get to pick number 11. If Dak plays 100%, well, he's not playing, so there's your answer. 10, but I'm dosing right now. Don't know if I can say that out loud, but I did anyway. Another 10, 4, 0.69, 5, 0, 4, 1, 4.20. Also nice. 6.9. Always nice there. MDZ. Question. Do stat leaders translate well to the NFL, and do/should teams hyper-focus on them? Example, Nick Nash, wide receiver, San Jose State, the Triple Crown winner. Nash had a fantastic season. And I think the play this year in general out of Nick Nash probably got him noticed a lot more than what the expectations were going into the season. He had, I think his career, he had less than 1,000 yards combined going into this game. So like that, or this year, massive boost for his draft stock. There isn't really much of a correlation between the stat leaders and direct NFL success. Now, there is a bit of an inverse relationship in the sense that if you don't have the stats, you're not going to make it in the NFL. In general, a lot of the stat stuff are more minimum benchmarks to clear for teams than it is like, well, this guy had 1,000 more yards passing, he's better. Because it's situational based. Would Nick Nash have gone for 1,300 yards and 16 scores at Stanford as opposed to San Jose State? Maybe, maybe not. You can go look at the career passing leaders. It's full of Hawaii guys. It's Timmy Chang and Colt Brennan and all these guys that were electric college QBs, but they did not translate directly to NFL. So you have to have production in almost all cases to make it in the NFL, but just because you have production, there's no correlation to making it in the NFL. It's more you got to have it to clear the threshold, and there's a lot of other things that happen beyond that. The pregame super chat menu, $5 for 2 signed Brandon Aubrey jersey rentals. $20 for a shot and the Bean Boozle. Did one of those. Thank you, Jotmon. $50 is 2 beer bongs of honor. The Week 18 MVP is the Cowboys Report football. And $500, you will match the single game record or single super chat or Venmo record here at the Cowboys Report. We'll get you a custom Cowboys jersey as like the one I'm wearing for Anthony. Anthony McMillan's been awesome this year. Appreciate that, Anthony. We're sure you're monitoring and not commenting as you often do. I love it. We are, however, losing the super chat battle. And I might have you put the fan on me when you get a chance to. Cowboys Report's at 74. The Commanders are at 120. A simple $50 super chat, and I'll do 2 beer bongs. Gives us the lead over the Commanders. I will check in on this, and I don't want to lose today. I will be very disappointed if we lose against the Commies here. Now, we are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey to enter. $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Hawkeyes, Brent, and Nick D are already in and entered for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That is $20 to enter as Andres Yabarvo and James Yabarvo right on cue, get in for that. So take home is now $50 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. It says have Lucky Ducky or Clown. I feel like we should do clowns. We'll see what we do today. I'll let Chris decide. Chris always does a pretty... You already have the clowns pulled up? Oh, there you go. He said he already had the clowns pulled up there. It's at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home right now is 50. All right, players to watch. We build these out before the inactives come out, so sometimes things get crazy. But this one's spot on today. Tyler Guyton is going to start at left tackle today for the Cowboys. Chuma Doga has been ruled out. He is a scratch for Dallas with a toe injury, or at least partially because of the toe injury. I guess I don't know for certain that it was the injury was the big reason why he's not playing, but he is out of this one, which I think is a good thing. I want Tyler Guyton to get this playing time, to get these opportunities. Put him in there. Adoga was also terrible. I have been disappointed by the play of Tyler Guyton this year. We can ignore the fact that he actually has played much better since he's been out there the last few weeks, when he's been out there the past few weeks. Hasn't allowed nearly as many sacks. The penalties have gone down outside of a really bad 4-penalty game, which 2 of those were BS. He is a young, raw left tackle who needs time, needs reps, needs development. Put him in there. Get him the reps. You're worried about injuries for all players, of course, but I do think that the benefits of giving him more playing time are worth it. For a lot of the young guys, I think this is worthwhile there. So get him more reps at left tackle and get him some more chemistry with Tyler Smith for as long as Smith's out there, too. All right, next player to watch, Hunter Lipke, the fullback. Now, I am curious how much Deuce Vaughn actually gets playing time. They're going to give the ball, I suspect, a lot to Rico Dowdle. He was out there with the ones today in the warm-up portion of today's show. I would like to see Hunter Lipke be deployed as the short yardage back. That's what I want to see. Let's see if he can handle that role, because he fumbled against the Dolphins, and they've really kind of desperately tried to avoid making him the red shirt or the short yardage red zone guy. They've tried to avoid it, which, like, okay, Zeke requested his release. He's gone. See ya. We're not going to do some weird nonsense about him getting – I'm going to rant here briefly. I don't know who started this, but this idea that he was a touchdown away from the record is flat out not true. He's not even close. It's Ezekiel. It's Emmitt Smith. Has like 80 more touchdowns than Zeke does. I don't know where this was. Oh, he can get the record. They did him dirty not getting the record. No, he didn't. Second place is not a record. That's not what a record is by definition. So I don't know where that came from, where that started. Nonsense. I want to see Lipke be involved in the short yardage and see how he does. Good point was made, by the way, by Turd Ferguson. I do think having Lance back there will invite more pressures allowed by the offensive line because he's holding the ball longer. And there will be moments, we've seen it time and time again with Lance, where he creates his own pressures. And that's not even on the fault of the playmaker, or on the offensive line. That's really on the fault of the quarterback more than anything. Now, we got about 10 minutes to go until kickoff here. I want you guys to go troll our Commanders Report live stream. We are down $100 in supers right now.
They're trying to cheat, too.
Oh, are they doing their Venmo bullshit?
They're doing the Venmo BS.
That does not count.
Yeah, no, one of the Commanders people came in and was like, they have 170. And I went to their stream. They're at 101.
They're doing their, okay. Well, if we count the Venmos, then we're actually winning. But I don't believe in counting the Venmos. So
no.
they're cheating-ass nonsense right there. I also just saw a 10 came in and they just doubled it. They're not even counting their math right. Ridiculous nonsense. Ridiculous nonsense. Go comment frauds over there. Go comment frauds on the Commanders Report live stream. And then let's make sure we catch up. And I don't want to lose them in the on the side of it. We will pick one person who comments the most on the Commanders stream to give them a free raffle entry. How about that? So whoever comments the most on that stream, we will give a free entry to. Max is already in there first commenting, go Dallas. I think frauds works great because, A, they're fraudulent in their Super Chat tracking numbers. Clearly states Super Chat. Does not state Venmo. That's different. If we're counting Venmo, we're up significantly. I don't believe in that. It's not fair. So go spam frauds over on the Commanders live stream. I'll put that link in the comments for you guys right now. Like how Dallas Jason is going to wear his Tashard Choice 23 jersey. That's a throwback jersey right there. That's a throwback one. And people are just trolling the Eagles now, too, which I think is pretty funny. Troy Daniels in there typing frauds. We'll let Chris pick the winner of that here in just a second. Yes, the jersey's backwards on purpose, guys, because we're giving Anthony some love for his big-time Super Chat. If you guys wanted to, and I don't know if we actually do it. I think we have to make sure it works. I would wear a Tom Sucks jersey. I think it'd be pretty funny, actually. All right. Chris, who is our free raffle entry winner on the Cowboys Report?
Got to go with Troy on this one.
All right. Troy got another free entry there. Love to see it. We'll do that again in a little bit here on today's show. Number 3 player to watch is Marshawn Kneeland. And it is probably concerning that he's actually played 4 straight weeks in a row, and we haven't really called his name very much. Maybe like one time on a TFL was it. I would like to see Marshawn Kneeland do some good stuff today. He is a second-round pick. What I would like here is for him to continue to be on the DeMarcus Lawrence career path, where second-round pick out of a smaller school, wasn't productive in his first year. His final games of the year, made some big plays. Remember that sack against the Lions he had? I think he had 1 or 2 forced fumbles in that Lions playoff game. Do that today, Marshawn. Give me some hype, some hope, some promise for you as we move forward into year 2. All right, Robert Simmons. Why haven't we played Hunter Lipke like that? He has been good. They've basically made Lipke the personal protector on third downs. That's mostly what they've been doing. He hasn't been involved much in the passing game. Maybe some of the Lance extending play stuff will get some more checkdowns thrown the way of Lipke, but I would like to get him more involved. I think that would be a entertaining outcome for the Cowboys. All right, give me your score predictions of Cowboys against the Commanders. Get them in for me right now on today's show. Score predictions of today's show. You already got some reports that teams will reach out to Steve Sarkisian. I don't want him as my NFL head coach. I think he's a little bit like Cliff Kingsbury to me. I think he's a really good play caller, even maybe a better play caller. I love his offensive designs. I don't know if he's a great NFL head coach. And I think also, by the way, how many NFL head coaching jobs as your score predictions come in are actually better than the Texas job? I don't think many, if any. Frankly, the Texas job is one of the best in football. You get paid massive money and you're good every year. He would probably take a pay downgrade for about every job that will come open. It's noteworthy. All right, I see 112 Washington is the first one I saw. Commanders win by 10. Cowboys 30. Commanders 10. 24-21 from Angel of Death. Washington 28. Commanders 21. 42-10. 35-9. Dallas 28, Commanders 21. 42-32 Cowboys. What a game that would be. 44-19 Cowboys. 42-32 Dallas. Keep the comments coming. As a reminder, the Super Chat menu. So we already got to Robert's Super Chat there on today's show. $5 is 2 Brandon Aubrey signed jersey raffle entries. So 5 gets you 2 entries there. $20, I'll do a shot and a Bean Boozled. $50 is 2 beer bongs. We are down by about, 30 right now, give or take? 40 maybe? In the Super Chat battle against the Commanders. What is it now? Okay. So about 45. So a beer bong would help us gain some ground and even things up there. We're not going to let the Commanders do their BS counting the Venmo side. That's not what a Super Chat battle is. $50, I will do 2 beer bongs. Week 18 MVP, right now that is Nick D at $50. Gets the custom Cowboys Report MVP football. $500, you will match the record, most or largest individual Super Chat or Venmo. And we'll get you hooked up with a custom Cowboys jersey as well. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well today. At What's Going Downey, $20 to enter that. Take home right now is 50. Andres Ibarvo and James Ibarvo, Nick D, Brent Carter, Hawkeyes, all in already. That's at What Going Downey for the 50-50 raffle. And we're going to put Matthew into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Matthew Embry, take home is now 60. Fantastic timing there. Like Andrew's question, why do people pay Tom to get drunk? Andrew, because when Tom is hammered and the Cowboys, it's funny. I'm a bit more off the cuff when the Cowboys are losing. I'm not as when I've been drinking more, I'm not as dialed back. Matthew, right now, do you think Mike McCarthy is back? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know if the Cowboys fully know yet. Maybe there are conditions in which Mike comes back that are unlikely to be met, or maybe they're likely to be met. We'll see. I have my doubts, but we'll see what happens there. Number 2 player to watch, how about Jonathan Mingo? Again, I am simply asking for the Cowboys to give Mingo slot receiver reps. I don't think this whole make him into a big outside player, outside X, is actually the best way to utilize him. He has the frame for it. He has the speed for it. But he has been at his best, dating back to his time in college, as kind of this big slot, power slot, where he will be run on crosses and deep ends and stuff like that, where he can get a full head of steam and catch the ball on the move and not be asked to make sideline catches. He didn't track the ball well on what was a bad deep ball from Cooper Rush. I want to see him get the ball on, run some meshes with Jonathan Mingo. Like, that actually makes perfect sense. Like, he's a big guy, too. Works well as a screener on mesh stuff. Like, it's just, It's really easy to make that happen, and I would like to see them do more of that. Number 1 player to watch, we had put Andrew Booth Jr. on here. However, it certainly sounds like it's going to be Troy Pride who will start at corner over Andrew Booth. Troy Pride, a 4th-round pick out of Notre Dame many moons ago. This is let me do my math here, Diggs, Bland, Lewis, Carson, Oruwariye, Booth, and now Pride. This would be like the 7th different corner, Josh Butler, that the Cowboys have started at various points this year. Diggs, Bland, Lewis, Oruwariye, Booth, Carson, Butler. They haven't technically started Israel Mukuamu, but they are also going to start now Troy Pride. So 8 different starting corners have gotten playing time for the Cowboys as starting snaps, which is kind of crazy to think about, that they have had to rely on that many options for this Dallas Cowboys. That does not happen very often in years past. So Troy Pride will get to start there at corner for the Dallas Cowboys, which we will see how things play out on that front there. All right, I find the Commanders, by the way, I am just throwing it at Troy Pride all game long. Like I'm not testing Deron Bland. I am just going down that particular path and not attacking it really at all. We got a super chat here on today's show. We'll get to that here in just a second. Thank you, Andres Ubarva. I think they they're doing the Bucks Saints Open because they did the moment of silence for New Orleans after the attack that happened over the weekend, tragically. Chris B, can't sell this next year with McCarthy back and no free agency. I agree. I fully agree. I hope they don't go down that path. We'll see how it plays out, I guess, in the not too distant future. But I really hope they don't go down that route. I really hope it. All right, Andres Yabarvo, a $5 super chat. At this point, I just wanted an exciting game today, just like the Texas-Arizona game. That must have been your longest work day, right, Tom? No, some of those draft days are by far longer. Like that Saturday for the draft, because we're obviously coming off of long nights and long days Thursday, Friday. That Saturday, I'm normally in the office at like 9 a.m. And if I'm lucky, I'm out of there at like 9 p.m. And that's coming off of like 2 long days before that, and then a long day Sunday the next day. Which I don't feel tired at all. I'm sure some people do, but I don't, because that's my Christmas, and I'm just all jacked up on Mountain Dew basically and Red Bull and stuff. My body kind of hates me for it probably, but I am locked in on those days. All right, we are moments away from kickoff of the Cowboys and the Commanders. Free raffle entry to whoever comments the most in the next 60 seconds. It is also, by the way, the last call for 2-for-1 $5 super chats for the Brandon Aubrey signed jersey. It is the last call for a shot and a Bean Boozled for 2 of them. And the last call for the $50 beer bong, as for 2 beer bongs for $50 as well. Get those in via the super chat or Venmo if super chat's not working for you or whatever. As speaking of Venmo, Jose is in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Jose Delgado. You are in. Take home is now 70 on that front. Dominator coming through with a $20 super chat. Here's to a better offseason and a better season overall, i.e. the draft. Cheers, Tom. Bean Boozled wheel is away. The chat rate high has been waiting for an update. I'm pretty sure we're going to double it, though, Chris. So you can give away your first free entry here. Oh, thank God. It's Berry Bluer toothpaste. What an absolute win that is for me. Doing our Kami shots here. Not a sponsor. Red vodka.
We're going to go Lance Dunbar's burner for the first one.
Ah, okay. Oh, boy, we're down to 2 of the blues. That's bad. That stinks. This is the best ones. Toothpaste. We did bring our cherry high. Chris, who's our second entry?
Let's see. Keep them coming in here. Let's do Mickey Martin.
Okay. Let's give away a third, because the previous high was like 36 and we're at 140, so we should give away at least one more. This was the $20 super chat from Dominator earlier. Zach Crosby. I think it'll be hard to remove Big Mike from prime access to Texas barbecue. If the smell of deep dish pizza takes him to Chicago. And he's closer to cheese curds in Wisconsin, which are gas. So I wouldn't blame him at all for that one there. Thank you, Zach. That's 2 entries. By the way, Cowboys won the toss, and they have deferred for the first half, second half here. Draft question to stat leaders. There it is, the beer bong at the buzzer. I'll have you grab it for me in a second here, Chris. Got several super chats and others to get to here in just a second, as we are awaiting kickoff here of this game. Cowboys, Commanders, Foxtrot Gaming. Tom, here's next to Tom. Who's your top first-round prospect? That's 4 entries, by the way. Travis Hunter for me, and then I might put Abdul Carter second. That's the Penn State edge rusher. And then it's like some combination not ranked yet but by any stretch, and I reserve my mind and everything. Ashton Genty's high on the list. Malachi Stark's high on the list. Ted McMillan's pretty high. Will Johnson. A lot of options there. Cameron Palmer says, enjoy a pregame double beer bong. Kickoff is away a touchback. So once we get a chance, we'll do those beer bongs here. Got a $50 super chat from Cameron Palmer that ties him for the lead of the super chat MVP today. Also gets him a bunch of entries into the raffle as well. Ugh. So 1st and 10, Commanders football, ball at their own 30-yard line. Thank you. Daniels in the shotgun. Robinson to his left. 3 right, 1 left. Daniels looking right, resetting, under pressure, stepping up, avoids the sack, and then goes down. Micah Parsons, Chauncey Golston, Oso Digizuahek, even some of Mozzie Smith all in there for a sack. That should give Micah Parsons double-digit sacks on the season. Took the Cowboys 1 play to get him there. An immediate sack. Osa got first contact on him. Micah got the main wrap up there. Beer bong coming in for Micah. Second and 14. Daniels in the shotgun. Throws out route, caught by Ertz. He beats Leafau for a gain of about probably 12 on that one. So 3rd and short coming up here. I'm going to say a gain of 11, 3rd and 3 coming up here. Substitutions, so the Cowboys get a chance to sub as well. They got Micah lined up over the center on this upcoming play, showing a 5-man pressure package. Daniels drops back under pressure, stepping up and goes down. It's a Micah Parsons, a sack and a half on the opening drive. And the Cowboys defense will force a 3 and out. And I would not play him again the rest of the game. Beer bong coming up. Let's go. Great start for the Cowboys defense. A 3 and out, -2 yards on the drive, punt is away. Turpin backs up to his own 16-yard line, going up the right side, now trying to reverse back to the left. There's a bunch of flags that come out. Turpin will get out of bounds about the 25, goes flying into the sideline. I don't know how both Terrence Steele and I couldn't tell which assistant coach didn't tear their ACLs on that one. Turpin doing the flying V into them almost. A lot of flags will be on the Cowboys return unit here. So it is on the Cowboys, and they'll be backed up deep in their own territory here. Lance is the quarterback. I'm going to get the sack on my timeline in a second as well. Dowdle is the running back. In the pistol set here. Handoff right to Dowdle, cuts it back, and is going to get just a yard on that one to bring up second down. Gilberto Ruiz. So if Dallas wins or they fire McCarthy and get a better coach 2025, they win or lose, I hope so. We'll see if it happens. 2nd and 8. Lance under center, barking out some signals here. As they hand it off to Dowdle off the right side, cutting it up, and picks up about 7 to bring up 3rd and short. They ran a little stretch run right. Cameron says that was my first ever $50 super chat. Definitely worth it. Go Cowboys. Appreciate that, Cameron. You are the MVP leader of today's stream with $60 in super chats. There is a flag, though, on this 3rd and 1. And they call that on Terrence Steele, I believe. So that'll back up the Cowboys. Jotman, who's the best player in the NFC East? Watches Micah play one series. Well, it's clearly him, and then it's the mile to the next player. There's a lot of good players in the NFC East, but it's Micah. Apologies to, Saquon and I guess Daniels for the Commanders, maybe Frankie Luvo, and I guess Malik Neighbors for the Giants, or Dexter Lawrence for the Giants. It's Micah. 3rd and 6. Lance, play action, rolling right, looking, throwing downfield. Got a man, it's Tolbert, 1st down and more, past the 40 for a 1st down pickup. Multiple progressions on that one from Lance on a little rollout right. Wanted to go to Mingo. Mingo was not open. Ferguson was not open. And by the way, Ferguson got away with a false start on that play too. He flinched early. Great job by Tolbert working his way across the formation to get open there. First and 10 from the 44. Lance will drop back. Has time. Throws. Got a wide open Brandon Cooks past Kevontae Turpin past the 30. And it's another massive pickup there for the Cowboys. All day back there in the pocket for Trey Lance. They got Turpin doing a deep crosser, basically. Probably deep post, really. Double post with Mingo and Turpin. And the Cowboys now have the ball 1st and 10 at the Commanders' 23-yard line. And this is where you can utilize Trey Lance's legs as you're just outside the red zone here. 1st and 10 at the 23, 10-13 to go in the first quarter. It is a keeper RPO for Lance downfield, caught by a sliding Jalen Brooks at the 10. They ran play action right there. Kind of a true, there's a flag, though. This might be an eligible man downfield. Let's see what the flag is for here. They really had what was a true triple option there of you can hand it off to Dowdle, Lance can keep it and run, or he can throw. And it is an eligible man downfield. So it is kind of a triple threat RPO play there. That's how you get that ineligible man downfield. And they call that on Guyton, I believe, which of course it's Guyton. Both your tackles making penalties early in this game. Now, oftentimes, if there's a penalty on an RPO, it's really on the quarterback's fault for holding it too long. But that one seemed to have some more rollout elements to it, so I think it's actually on Guyton. Lance looking left, resetting, throwing to Schoonmaker, who picks up about 5-ish to bring up 2nd and, we'll say, 10. Penalties are not helpful. Might go into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That's one of those where I like to see the overhead view of okay, how far downfield was he really? They did not. Michael Stiller into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Michael. 2nd and 9 for Lance. Ball to 22.5-yard line. They're going to hand it off to Dowdle on a counter. Dowdle reverses course, finds a crease, and picks up 6, maybe 7. Good running there by Dowdle. Patient running, finding some backside, and then cutting it back up the middle. It's a good job by Cooper Beebe and really Brock Hoffman doing a great job there up the middle. Whole line did a good job there. 3rd and 3. Trey Lance is 3 of 3 for 70 yards. Opening script has worked well the past few weeks for the Cowboys. That should not be ignored. 3rd and 3 for Lance. Ball to 16. Got to get to the 14 for a first down. Throwing, tipped, and dropped the interception. That should have been picked. And the Cowboys dodge a bullet on that one. Lance over the middle. I think it got tipped at the line of scrimmage. Was that Deron Payne tips it and redirects it to Frankie Luvo. I don't know if that ball would have been open going to Brandon Cooks anyway. And Luvo dropped a surefire interception. So Brandon Aubrey from the right hash, a 34-yard try. That kick is up, and what else but dead center. Alien emojis in the comments section. It's 3-0 Cowboys up over the Commanders. And the Cowboys offense, again, they do a good job, but then stall out just outside the red zone. Andres Yabarvo, a $2 super chat, says this is Lancey's only chancey. Here's my question. Lance and Chance already rhyme. Did we add the Y's to it on that front? I think we get to Sam's super chat too, but Chris, what's up?
I was just going to say he looked pretty nicey on that first drive.
He did look pretty nicey on that first drive. By the way, other scores that matter for the Cowboys. Colts are already up 7-0 over Jacksonville. Good news on that front. Falcons up 3-0 over Carolina. So both of the outcomes we would like to see happen today are happening, although the Jags are now 1st and goal at the Colts 2-yard line. Cliff is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. So take home is now 90 on that front. Thank you, Cliff Smith. Appreciate that, my friend. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. $20 to enter at What Going Downey. Sam says Micah's done for the day. That's what I would do. I would just sit him. Hey, this is great. Let's not do anything crazy there. By the way, in the Patriots game, with the Patriots attempting to lock up the number 1 overall pick, they have just sat Drake May. They gave Drake May the starts. Joe Milton is now getting playing time. It is a true preseason game between the Bills and Patriots. It's Mitchell Trubisky and Joe Milton squaring off for a game that does not matter whatsoever, as the Patriots have embraced securing the number 1 overall pick. So we'll keep an eye on that one for you guys, promise you. Saints, by the way, in a bit of a surprise, up 3-0 early over the Bucs. A good opening drive by New Orleans. 3-0 Cowboys up over the Commanders in this one. We'll check in on the Super Chat battle here in a minute as well. Oh, I thought they were doing a replay of like Daniels being hurt, but no, they were just showcasing Micah getting 2 sacks. Commanders, I do not believe, are playing Tyler Biadasz in this game, so it's the backup center in there. It is a historic list that Micah Parsons joins with the double-digit sack figure. Ron in the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Kick is away. Down the right side and bounces just past the left side helmet in the Cowboys end zone, so a touchback. Ron into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is probably not sub battle is the right terminology there, but Super Chat battle. We have the lead over the Commanders Report without their BS cheating. Ron Hughes in the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is 100. So 1st and 10. Commanders in the pistol. Motion with the tight end. It's going to be a handoff right. Brian Robinson is going to pick up maybe 2 on that one. They have 3 linebackers out there. Eric Kendricks, Maurice Leafau, Nick Vigil. They are still playing. Micah Parsons, by the way. And when they are in base, by the way, they are keeping Jordan Lewis on the outside. Second and 7. Motion to the left side. Screen. Caught high, pulled in, and taken down by Mozzie Smith, a half-yard shy of the first down marker. 3rd and short coming up here. That was Diami Brown on the catch, by the way. Good effort by your defensive tackle making a downfield screen tackle on a receiver screen. Daniels on the keeper, cuts it back and gets the first down. He did not read that read option look properly. You can always tell because they then follow the running back right behind them. And that was not a little, disguised quarterback power. That was they ran the read option. Daniels pulled it when he shouldn't have. Had to cut it back behind the running back. 1st and 10, ball at the 46-yard line. Cowboys in their base package, 3 linebackers against multiple tight ends for the Commanders. Handoff here to Robinson. Robinson slicing it up. There is a flag for holding. That'll be against the Commanders and will back them up 10 yards. That is on the tight end for holding. John Bates gets flagged. He pretty much tackled Eric Kendricks. Actually, hot take, that should not have been a holding. He just won that rep. That's a bad call. Watching live, I thought for sure it was holding because he grabbed him and turned him, but it was all within in the frame.
I didn't exactly see what happened there, but I know around the league they've been calling that pull down
trap,
which is not.
It's not holding. I love when linemen do that. 1st and 20. Daniels, quick throw, caught by McLaurin. McLaurin is going to get about 4.5. We'll call it 1st and 15, 16-15 to go here in the first quarter. Edwin Tennist. Would we get a comp pick if Lance signs elsewhere? Depends on what for and how much he plays. Possible, yes. Not guaranteed. 2nd and 15. Be a lot of McLaurin on Bland today. Daniels against a pressure package look. The Cowboys drop it. They run play action. Micah getting a triple team. Getting home late. Daniels throws high over the outstretched arms of Terry McLaurin. Good coverage by Bland. Required a perfect throw, and the Commanders did not get it. 3rd and 15 coming up. Micah got pressure despite being triple teamed on that one. As a very long developing route there. As McLaurin kind of extended it. It was kind of more of a little sit route over the middle. Just off his fingertips. 3rd and long. Ball at their own 41, 5:48 to go. Daniels against the delayed blitz. Sees it, rolling right. Looking. Lawson can't get there. Donovan Wilson gets there as Daniels just gives himself up and steps out of bounds. That is another sack for the Cowboys. And that has been one of the issues of Jaden Daniels. Daniels has a very high completion percentage. It says right now it's winning 75% of his passes for 22 yards. That's pretty good. He's got 3 sacks now on 2 drives. There's nobody open, but you throw that ball away. Don't cost yourself 5 yards for no reason. Tressway's punt is away. Turpin will let that bounce at the 10 and be down at about the 11. See, it could have been at the 5. Good punt by the Commanders. The Cowboys come back out after a very strong 85-yard opening drive. Or not quite 85. It was like 74 because of the penalties. 76 because of the penalties. Super chat from JB to come, but today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to get the best real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. It's playoff time, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of football action with PrizePicks, the best place to win real cash while watching the playoffs in pro and college football. This is one of our PrizePicks slates today. We've also got a college football we might have to go to if this does not end up coming through. The Derrick Henry less than was a good process. Ravens might be up big. They can sit the starters. Browns hung for a little bit there. Jaden Daniels, less than 52.5 yards on the ground. I wish it was college. They included sacks, but he's got 7 so far. And then Justin Jefferson, 92.5 receiving yards. Download the PrizePicks app over at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS. JB, if Dallas wins and Trey looks good, that has to lead to McCarthy not getting another contract from Jerry, right? I don't know. I think they've already made up their minds. What that is, I don't know yet. Maybe they've got conditions or stuff. But Week 18 should not determine your decision. You should already know by now. Robert, I wish we played like this against the Eagles last week. Here's the thing. Didn't you play like this against the Eagles last week? You were in field goal range and you had a bad interception. You scored on your next drive, and you forced 2 straight 3-and-outs against Philadelphia. You started that game really good, and then you allowed 35 unanswered. So that's the key part there. Chapman, always surprising how fraudulent the Commanders are. I don't believe in them. They've actually looked a little bit better the last couple of weeks, but I don't believe in them. Straight up do not believe in them. Dusty Hawkins into the Venmo 50-50 raffle.
I thought that was one of those
sounded dirty.
Those dirty ones.
1st and 10 from the 10. Lance in the shotgun, and it is another false start. That's on Jake Ferguson. Maybe you've got some differences in cadence between Lance and Rush causing some sloppiness there. But that is 2 false starts. 1st and 15 from the 5 now.
Just 6 subs away here from 205,000.
Let's get there. Rookie numbers. So 1st and 15, Lance goes under center. Dowdle the single back. Dowdle gets the handoff up the middle, running hard, and is going to get 4 yards on that one. So 2nd down coming up here. We'll call it 2nd and 10.5, really. And a sloppy opening drive. First 2 drives for Dallas. A lot of penalties from both teams, frankly. Guess the refs want one last chance on camera, too. 2nd and 10. Turpin checks in the football game as the slot receiver. He motions out wide left now. Trips left. Cooks the lone receiver right. Lance drops back, looking right. Hit as he throws. And the Commanders have a clear recovery, but I believe that was an incomplete pass. I didn't even see who got the pressure on Lance. The Bears, by the way, set up the fake punt where they have one guy to the right side and everyone else on the left, and it worked for a touchdown. They did the decoy punt return. So 3rd and 10. With Packers fans trying to simul-watch this game because it matters for them too. Trips right. Lance drops back at the screen. Over the middle. Caught by Turpin. Cannot get the first down. They ran almost. Normally when you see a wide receiver middle screen, it's run at the line of scrimmage. That was kind of run about 5 yards downfield, trying to get those receivers as lead blockers more than anything. And they got everyone else. They got the lineman going left, and the receivers trying to lead block. It's a clever design, but Noah Igbignogany makes a good tackle on Kavontae Turpin. It looked like he ran away from the screen. I don't think he was supposed to do that. It's a misdirection play. Punt is away, and it's a good one. And tripped up at the 28-yard line. C.J. Goodwin making the tackle. So a great punt there by Brian Anger to help flip field position on that one. Robert Simmons, how would you like Cliff Kingsbury as our head coach next season as the Commanders will see? I don't like it. I don't want him. I have seen Cliff Kingsbury twice be an NFL head coach, or a head coach, college and NFL. And both times, it wasn't good. He had Patrick Mahomes and didn't win squat in the Big Ten. I don't want that. He got to handpick Kyler Murray. And talk about bad playoff performances, that was that one. I have zero desire to see Cliff Kingsbury as my next head coach. I don't want that. I don't know if he's an upgrade over Mike McCarthy, frankly, because I've seen him be a head coach. I don't want to go down that path. You get on the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey to get in on that. Take home right now is $110. We will do the 50-50 raffle at halftime. Then again, post game as well. All right, other scores from around the NFL. Falcons, Panthers. We are cheering for the Falcons, especially if the Cowboys end up losing this game. That would help keep them in the top 15. The Falcons win. Saints, Bucks tied up at 3. Bears, in a bit of a surprise, up 7-0 after the fake return touchdown. They set up like the two guys back there, and everyone blocks for the guy on the left side to make it seem like he's going to be the returner. And then one guy on the right just kind of hangs out there and runs it back. So kind of a tricky play there. So Bears up 7-0. Texans up 7-0 over the Titans, who are very much cheering for a Patriots win to secure the number 1 overall pick for Tennessee. Patriots up 7-0 on a Joe Milton scramble. Joe Milton in the preseason game between the Bills, although James Cook is playing for the Bills, which is kind of surprising to me. Milton is 6 of 6 for 51 yards. How about that? Good for Joe Milton. Jags, Colts tied up at 7-7. We are cheering for the Colts. Unfortunately, Mac Jones went 4 of 4. 39 yards, a Tank Bigsby touchdown to tie things up at 7. Eagles backups up 7-0 over the Giants as well. Tanner McKee, 5 of 6 for 70 yards and a touchdown. It'd be really funny if Joe Milton cost the Patriots the number 1 overall pick. It'd be really funny. All right, 1st and 10, ball at the 27. Daniels play action, has some time, over the middle, through the hands, off the fingertips of Terry McLaurin. A little bit high. Noah is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Take home is $120. So 2nd and 10 as the Commanders' offense struggling so far. John Elliott says dilly dilly, DC for life. No Micah, by the way, right now. Daniels, they miscommunication on that play. It's a busted one. He's going to get to the edge and pick up 5 or 6. By the way, Israel Mukwamu has checked in the game for the Cowboys as well. Wanye Thomas was in on that play. Thomas almost made a TFL. Daniels turned left. Eckler turned right, or ran right. So somebody ran the wrong play. Thomas almost got a TFL. Ends up being a gain of 5 on a busted play. Daniels back out there in the shotgun. Troy Pride out there at corner. Micah back in the game, lined up over the guard. Blitz coming. Daniels throwing. Incomplete. Again, he misses an open Terry McLaurin. Goes off the fingertips of McLaurin, trying to pull in a one-handed grab. And the Commanders' offense continues to struggle against the Dallas Cowboys. Another 3-and-out on a simple slant route. That's just overshot by Daniels. That's a clear passing window. That ball's got to be in his chest, not fully past the outstretched arms of Terry McLaurin. So punt team on again. I'm a little surprised the Commanders have not tried to run the football more either. It's been a lot of dropbacks. It's been 2 of them. Punt is away by Tressway. Apologies for the rhymes. Turpin at his own 18 will call for the fair catch, and it will once again be Cowboys football. Back out on offense, and Fox will once again go to a commercial break. The drive so far today, 3 plays, -2 yards, a punt. 8 plays, 76 yards, a field goal. 6 plays, 7 yards punt by the Commanders. 3 plays, 7-yard punt. 3 plays, 5 yards punt. So, not entertaining. Outside of the first drive from the Cowboys, it's been kind of a snooze fest so far. Again, folks, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey to get in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. By the way, the Bills are marching. They are about to score against the Patriots. It is still playing James Cook, by the way, which I find interesting. Does he need like 1,000 yards or something? Oh, he was 19 yards away from 1,000. And he's at 26 now. And he gets one more for 17 touchdowns, so maybe they're going for that. Who knows? Because they did a lot of runs with him early. Again, games that matter. Colts, Jags. It is Colts football near midfield. Late in the first quarter, as Joe Flacco is 6 of 8 for 100 yards and a tutty, and just scrambled on 4th and 1 for the first down pickup, which is wild to think about. We are also monitoring Falcons-Panthers. Falcons-Panthers tied up at 3. A Falcons win, regardless of the Cowboys' result, would lock them into a top 15 pick this year. Lock them into a top 15 pick. So we're going to keep an eye on those as it relates to draft pick statuses. A Colts win would give the Cowboys a chance at a top 12 pick if they lose. They, of course, are winning right now against the Commanders 3-0. Washington aiming for setting things up going into the year with a playoffs with a positive momentum. Hasn't happened so far. By the way, the Texans up 7-0 over Tennessee. They just benched their starters. Davis Mills is now in the football game. Seems noteworthy. Again, lots going on today. We'll keep you guys covered throughout the show here. Appreciate the 205,000 subs. 206 now. Cheers, guys. Trey Lance, 4 of 6 for 77 yards as Deuce Vaughn in the game at running back. They're going to hand it to Vaughn. No, it's a keeper from Lance. Excuse me, and Lance is going to get 2 yards. Fooled me on that one. Kind of wish to give it to Deuce Vaughn. He broke a tackle and was going to get some nice yardage. Oh, maybe because they knew they didn't have the ball. Who knows? Dak's got 5 Pure Leaf iced teas in front of him. I don't think they're all for him, but that is an objectively funny thing to look at. 2nd and 8. 7, really. Lance throws, caught by Tolbert along the sideline near the first down marker. Easy pitch and catch there for Lance. Depends on the spot. Think that'll bring up 3rd and short. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I would probably not give the ball to Deuce Vaughn here. He is very small. I would go quarterback sneak, or I would go Hunter Lipke here. That's what I would do. 3rd and 1. Minute and a half to go in the first quarter. Lipke in the game at running back to the right of Lance. Lance just barked out some kills. There's numbers left if they want to try a bubble. They hand it off to Lipke, gets the first down and breaks a tackle and gets the 38-yard line. Good running there by Hunter Lipke. Ran right behind Terrence Steele, right over Benjamin St. Juste for a 10-yard pickup. Reverse to Cooks, trying to find some space, and is not going to. Brought down for a loss of a bunch. That 10-yard run by Hunter Lipke is longer than any run Zeke had since October 27th. Don't know who needs to hear that. So 2nd and 15. Cowboys have to run a play here. Turpin in the backfield. Toss left to Turpin. Cutting it up. Runs into his own man. Spinning. And picks up about 6 or 7. Explosive option back there in the backfield. That will end the first quarter. Three 0 end of the first quarter. It's going to be about 3rd and maybe 9-ish. We'll see. They'll give him 5 on that one, which I thought he got more, but we'll see. All right, whoever comments the most in the next 60 seconds gets a free raffle entry. Gets a Robert Simmons super chat here in just a second as well. Most comments gets a free raffle entry. If we beat the chat rate high, which is currently 166, we'll give away 2 raffle entries. Robert, to answer your super chat question, they played C.J. Goodwin on special teams last week. He just didn't make any plays because you don't see a ton of special teams plays more often than not. But I appreciate that, Robert. Thank you very much. Most comments in the next 60 seconds gets a free raffle entry. Get those in right now. Comment whatever you want to comment. Ron's commenting, what going down here? I like it. Mitch Trubisky on a quarterback sneak, by the way, has tied things up in the Bills-Patriots game. Saints trying to do something very funny and take down the Bucs. They're up 6-3 right now. Panthers, Falcons tied up at 3. The Jags now have the ball 3rd and 19 at the Colts' 36-yard line after a turnover on downs. I think they overturned that keeper for a gain of 1 on the 4th down play for the Colts. They overturned it, so they turned the ball over on downs. But they are facing 3rd and 19 coming up here after another penalty on their front. Texans up 13-0 over Tennessee, although I believe that play is currently under review as well. Oh, no. Damian Pierce just busted off a 92-yard touchdown run. So that's that. So Texans up big over Tennessee. Tennessee trying to clinch at least the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. Eagles remain up 7-0 right now. As we come back to the Cowboys game. All right, 2 entries, Chris. Who are they?
We got Dem Boys and Ron Hughes.
All right, Ron Hughes, Dem Boys. Thank you very much. 3rd and 10. Well, they got more than 5 on that run. It's really 3rd and 9. Half yardage stuff there. Trips right, tight end left. Lipke the protector. Lance dropping back. Throwing a deep route. Open man overshot Brandon because that is a very tough throw to make. And that's kind of been one of my issues with Lance overall. That ball can't be on a line. That ball has to be arced in there. It's a very challenging throw and just pulled Cooks too far out of bounds. It's a very tough throw to make. That is a cross-hash cover 2 beater. It's a really tough play to make. Gotta get more touch on that one. Anger on for yet another punt. It is away. Fair caught and fumbled, and Cowboys dive on it. Jamison Crowder got bumped by his own man, and the Cowboys dive on the fumble, and they're back out on offense just like that. I need the turnover chain. C.J. Goodwin grabs the football on a muffed punt. Jamison Crowder calling for fair catch. His own man runs into him, bounces off Crowder's chest, tipped, and right into the arms of C.J. Goodwin. So generous break there for the Cowboys as the special teams unit flips the field around quickly. It's going to be 1st and 10 just outside the Prize Picks red zone at the Commanders' 22-yard line, just like that. So Lance will come back out now on offense. A quick turnover by the Commanders, giving the Cowboys fantastic field position. Pistol set, Dowdle behind Lance. Watch for the read option here. High snap, hands off to Dowdle. Dowdle up the middle, picks up 3 on that one. That muff punt on my timeline right now. Rico's at 5 carries, 23 yards, 2nd and 7. As they are now inside the Prize Picks red zone, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly when you play 5. Lance feeling the pressure, goes down. Somebody messed up on the protection. That might have been Guyton. Or Lance did not set it properly. No, that's on Luke Schoonmaker. Guyton takes the guys he's supposed to. They brought extra pressure off the right. Schoonmaker just basically chips the defensive end and lets him go right by. Guyton had his man blocked away. So we'll blame that one on Schoonmaker. 3rd and 15 now, back outside the red zone. Turpin comes in motion, play clock at 1. The snap, a hand to Dowdle. Dowdle cutting it up is going to get 5, and it'll be a field goal again for the Cowboys coming up here. Commanders brought extra guys off the left side. So center is helping to the right. Left guard's got his man. Left tackle has his man. Leaves Schoonmaker on the extra blitzer coming off the left side. And Schoonmaker just chips and lets Jeremy Chin go. So either the running back was supposed to be on that side, Lance is supposed to be responsible for the free rusher, or Schoonmaker didn't stay in properly. One of those three things happened there. Kick is away, and it is good from Brandon Aubrey. And there is a flag as well. Now that flag came out immediately. So you might have the old illegal lineup, or did they jump over the center? It was less than 15 yards to go. So this could be a free first down for the Cowboys. Fossil discussing things with McCarthy here. There's a long discussion going on right now. Now, Wagner's walking off, which makes me think it's not on the Commanders, or at least a free first down for Washington. Long discussion is still ongoing here. Oh, Deron Payne took a swing at Brock Hoffman. Now, that play was after the field goal, so I think they're discussing pre or post. But once again, of course, it's Brock Hoffman right there at the center of it. Always being the instigator, Brock Hoffman is. That's Captain Insano right there. I think what they're discussing is what this is going to be relative to the kickoff coming up here. After the play, they called 84. They meant Deron Payne. So that'll be enforced on the kickoff here. I think Mike wanted it after the play and tacked on so they get the free first. I don't think they're going to get that go. I don't think they'll get that tacked on there. So Last drive stalls out after, I think it was on Luke Schoonmaker for not blocking properly, or just honestly, sometimes that's on the quarterback too, of not setting the protections right. But Guyton and Smith both take their men one-on-one, and Schoonmaker does not stay in against the blitzing Jeremy Chin. So some miscommunication there, probably between the tight end and quarterback, leads to a sack. $5 super chat from Jamin's Perfect Touch Auto Detailing. What's up, Tom? I've before on other accounts, longtime sub. Anyway, I appreciate the work you do to bring us news and content. Thank you. Thank you, Jamin, for your first time super chat on this account. I appreciate that. If you haven't already, be like Jamin, guys. Subscribe. We will be here all off season long. It'll be a interesting off season coming up for the Cowboys. It gets going officially tomorrow. We'll have plenty of coverage for you guys over the next few weeks. We will also be live Friday night for the Cowboys, or for the Texas-Ohio State CFP semifinal matchup. Hit that sub button so you don't miss out. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home right now is 120. Scores from around the NFL. The Panthers are up 9-3 after a touchdown just now by the Carolina Panthers. They extend their lead over the Falcons. Jags up 10-7 right now. Patriots up 14-7 as Joe Milton is cooking right now against what is predominantly a backup Bills secondary at the moment. A 48-yard score to Kayshon Boutte. Texans up over Tennessee. It is upsets almost everywhere else. Bears up 14-3 over the Packers, with the Packers playing their starters. What's up, Chris?
So if the Patriots win and the Titans lose, the Titans go up to number one?
Titans get the number one overall pick.
Oh.
Titans win, Patriots win, Browns the number one overall pick. That's not the updated We Don't Wife super chat, by the way. I think it did reset. Would you sign Zeke to a $100 million contract? How about pesos? I don't know. That's probably actually a lot of pesos. I don't know what the conversion rate is, but
100 million won.
I also don't know what the conversion rate is.
With Squid Games coming back.
Oh, Squid Game. There you go. I never watched the first one. I didn't care that much about it. All right, Ellis. Why do you keep kicking field goals and not going for it? I mean, do you want them to go for it on? Well, that was a disaster. Oh, he drilled the cheerleader. Brandon Aubrey shakes the kickoff attempt, drills the cheerleader. Kickoff out of bounds is 10 yards for the Cowboys kickoff there. He was trying to do this like squib line drive kick, and that drills the cheerleader in the back of the head. Looks like she's fine. She's laughing. I wonder if they're going to do concussion protocol here. She's laughing about it. They just brought over the neurological consultant to check on her. So somehow ball's at the 25, I guess, because of where they kicked off. Bubble screen caught by Diami Brown, breaks a tackle of Jordan Lewis, and gets the first down. So I think because that ball was at the 30, it only ended up being at the 25. That's really weird. I don't understand that new rule impact there. What was the other super chat there? Ellis, why did they kick the field goal there? I mean, I would not go for it on 4th and 11. 4th and 3, you could have gone for it. But Mike wants to win, clearly. Gabriel, came in to talk about the Schefter report on Mike, saying he's likely safe if it doesn't say. What are your thoughts? I don't know how much of that was source versus just like opinions of like, Jerry's been positive. He was positive about Jason Garrett too. So we'll see what happens is my mindset there. 1st and 10, handoff to Brian Robinson up the left side. He's got very little there. Carl Lawson, Jordan Lewis, Marshawn Nealand among those in there, but a good job by your front overall, allowing really 0 yards. It's a wild Bryce Young scramble, by the way, just to avoid the pressure and get the first down, and score, excuse me. So Falcons fighting for playoff lives, down by 7. Bucks down by 3. Maybe down by 6, facing a 4th and 1 for the Saints here. 2nd and 9. Micah standing up over the backup center for the Commanders. They bring the house. Daniels, not there, tucking up. Not going to get anything. Mozzie Smith on the sack. They might give Micah a half one too, but Mozzie made initial contact there. 3rd and long. Great play by the Cowboys front, again, looks damn good right now. Third and 10. Double A gap pressure being shown. Trips right. Cowboys drop the double A gap look. Daniels. Out route. Caught, bobbled, incomplete. Would not have been a first down anyway. And the Commanders, again, go 3 and out. Trying to pick on Troy Pride. Olamide Zacchaeus on a comeback route, and it's just incomplete. Should have been caught, that one. Again, a little long, but would have brought up 4th and 1. So despite the bad kick, the Cowboys will kick it, the Commanders, will punt it right back to Dallas. Tressaway's 4th punt of the day. The Commanders have as many completions as they have punts. It is away. Turpin calls for a fair catch at his own 25-yard line. And no penalties there for any unnecessary roughness there. Andres, who else starting to go cray-cray for Trey, and then also followed up with he meant to make it 5 for an entry. Not a problem. We can do math. That's 5 right there. Got you covered there, Andres Yabarvo. He's feeling the puns today quite a bit, which I appreciate. I appreciate at this point in the season. Thank you, Andres. Cowboys up 6-0 right now. Colts have taken the lead over the Jags, 14-10. As I drop my pen like a moron here. It was a Jonathan Taylor touchdown run. Both offenses doing pretty solid so far. We don't have to 304s. What's your favorite King Von song? Chris, who is that? You know who that is? I don't know. I don't know who that is. I got nothing for you guys. Don't think I've heard a single one of his songs. If that makes me a boomer, it was going to happen at some point. That's all I got for you. And he's mostly trolling with his super chat, so I hope that's what we're doing there for. But it's funny. It's funny. All right, appreciate that. We're going to wipe these 304s. 6-0. Cowboys up over the Commanders. Patriots, by the way, up 14-7 over Buffalo. Joe Milton is 9 of 9 for 122 yards. Granted, the Bills are playing nobody good on defense. They played Von Miller to get a sack. Like, their leading tacklers are all nobodies. So the Bills are playing their backups, but still noteworthy that the Patriots in position to potentially cost themselves the #1 overall pick. Chris B. We're going to win, aren't we? Washington are frauds. They absolutely are frauds. And I'm going to have to find my Commanders frauds tweet again to bust out that bad boy. Because, look, I'll let the game play out. I think Mike Zimmer owns Cliff Kingsbury and Jane Daniels. Like, Jane Daniels is 4 of 8 for 33 yards and 4 sacks. That's bad. Robinson's got 2 carries for 4 yards. Cowboys defense is dominating right now. Now, if they can get some consistent drives going on offense, there you go. By the way, Simon Castillo into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is $130. We are doing the $5 signed Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle entry. $20 for a shot or a Bean Boozle. And $50 for the beer bong. Lance throws, comeback, caught by Cooks, reversing, and is going to get about 8 on that one. Like the effort from Terrence Steele trying to lay a block on an attempted tackler. Show a DeAndre Swift rushing touchdown for Chicago as they are up over the Packers right now. 2nd and 2 coming up here for the Cowboys. Lance in the shotgun here. Pistol set, I should say, with Dowdle behind him. Dowdle gets the handoff, cutting it up, and getting the first down. ran right into Brevin Spann-Ford, but that's enough for a first down. The Cowboys will move the chains. 1st and 10. David, Tom should coach the Cowboys. No, I wouldn't be very good at it. Now, GM ownership? Let's talk. But I would not be a good coach. 1st and 10. Lance is 6 of 9. Nice. For 92 yards in this one. They go back to the pistol with Dowdle behind Lance, and Guyton false starts. That is, by the way, that is 4 false starts now, or 3 false starts now, whatever it is, for the Cowboys' offensive line and their tight ends, which might be a cadence change issue. When you've got multiple players jumping early, that might be they're not accustomed to a new cadence with the quarterback. You kind of even saw the first rush game, there were a few more false starts too. You can't move early. Guyton, Steele, and Ferguson have all jumped early today. It's been a disaster class. So 1st and 15. And the play clock gets down to 0. How do you take a delay of game penalty after a false start? They call a timeout. I don't know how you let that happen. Now, that one might be a coaching issue. How do you not get the play called? How do you not get the snap off after a delay of game penalty? That's unbelievable. Blows my mind. So Cowboys now down to 2 timeouts. 1st and 10 coming up here. By the way, it appears that Jordan Love has injured his throwing hand for the Packers. So Malik Willis is in that game. The Saints are suddenly up 13-3 over the Panthers. Falcons facing 1st and goal to retake the lead. Or tie the game up, I should say. So we'll try again, 1st and 15. Lance hands it off to Dowdle, spinning, and doesn't get much. In fact, is going to lose a half yard. Might have just had too many men versus not enough blockers on that one. Hey, Pure Leaf update. 2 bottles consumed. They might all be for Dak. Crush Equity, thoughts on Scadaboo? Seems criminally underrated. He's a good football player. He's a powerful running back with great contact balance and can catch. Teams have speed concerns there. 2nd and 18. Lance throws, overshoots Kevontae Turpin. Threw that ball like Turpin was 6'2" and not, 5'7". 3rd and 18 coming up now for the Cowboys offense. 8 minutes to go in the first half. And that footwork, he kind of pulled that left foot back because there was Bobby Wagner coming in his face. I think that kind of phrasing, whatever. I think that, pressure led to the errant throw on Lance. The footwork was off there. 3rd and 18. Do they run a screen? Do they run a draw? What do they do here? They're going empty personnel. Lance drops back. Rolling right. Looking. Uncorking a bomb. Downfield. Turpin out of bounds. Wasn't caught anyway. Turpin got behind the defense. They could not connect on that one. And it is yet another punt coming up in this game. Just run switch verts, basically. Which is, honestly, I wish Lance would have stayed in that pocket. It's going to be a tight window throw. If he stays in there and steps up and doesn't have to buy time with no pressure rolling right, he might be able to get a big play there. Punt is away from Brian Anger. Deep punt. Crowder at his own 15-yard line. Cuts it upfield, gets to the 30, 35, out of bounds around the 40. Great return there by Jamison Crowder, the longtime NFL wide receiver. And we will go to yet another TV timeout. Johnny Gons, Cowboys' plans are to get a running back in the second, third round, then do you re-sign Dowdle to split the reps? I'm down with that plan. I also think, like, if that's your plan going in, you want to have another viable alternative, which I think we can now safely say Rico Dowdle is that guy. He doesn't have to. I don't know if he's ever going to be a 300 carry back. It's fine. It doesn't have to be. But I think if you can get like an explosive runner to pair with Dowdle in round 2, like, you know, a Nick Singleton, a Travion Henderson in like the third round, that would be really entertaining to me. Because I think those guys match well where you don't want to give Henderson, you know, 179 carries a year. I think he's not as good in those cases. But if he can get 10 touches a game, and then Dowdle can be kind of like your power back, your lead back, your 1A to the 1B, like the Thunder Lightning, I think that does work well. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. It's playoff time. It's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of football action with Prize Picks. Download Prize Picks app. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. You can even do college football playoff semifinal Prize Picks lineups. Jeremiah Smith, 81.5. It's high, but he's good. Henderson needs like 3 carries to get to that figure from what we've seen this year. Could be a defensive struggle, though, in the Ohio State-Texas fantastic game. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS. Saints 13-3 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a must-win game for Tampa to secure a playoff spot. The Falcons-Panthers tied up at 10. We are cheering for the Falcons. Colts 14-10. Cheering for the Colts as well. So 1st and 10, Commies here. Ball at the 37-yard line. Daniels play action, throwing, caught by Zach Ertz, who picks up about 6-7 on that one. Maurice Liufau in on the tackle there. Second and 4. Daniels hands off to Eckler. Eckler is going to get dragged forward for the first down. Tackle made by Eric Kendricks, and the Commander is going to try to run some tempo here. Zach, $2 super chat. Horizontal plays work so well. Now it's all vertical. Saw it last week too. The opening script works well. Daniels rolling right under pressure, throwing downfield, incomplete. Try to go to Zacchaeus. Somebody else was open coming back. Maybe should have gone there. 2nd and 10 now coming up here. To continue my thoughts here. The opening script last week was really good. And then post-opening scripts, game got away from them. We're now outside of the opening script again. So 2nd and 10, the ball at the 48-yard line. McLaurin in motion from right to left. Daniels drops back, taking a shot, downfield. McLaurin underthrown, cannot bring it in. It was actually Diami Brown who could not make the grab. Again, Daniels just looks off. That was an open Diami Brown on a slot fade against Jordan Lewis. Got behind him a little bit. If that ball is not underthrown, Brown gets the ball into the 20. Now it's 3rd and 10. Good second effort, by the way, by Jordan Lewis. Cowboys showing the pressure package. 3rd and 10. Daniels barking out some signals. Cowboys bringing 5. Daniels stepping up. Looking, running, he's loose past the 40, hurdles, or kind of jump steps a little bit and gets inside the 37-yard line. That's what happens when you bring pressure and play man. You Daniels did a great job stepping up, avoiding the pressure from Micah Parsons, who was about to come home free and get a sack, and then avoided the pressure. And Eric Kendricks kind of caught in no man's land, not the same caliber of athlete. As, by the way, Michael Penix scored on a run to tie things up at 10. They do a reverse to Diami Brown. Throws it downfield. Open McLaurin. Dropped. Olamide Zacchaeus, excuse me. He dropped a touchdown on a trick play. He was wide open. They ran a reverse pass. Diami Brown to Zacchaeus, who dropped it. That was a perfect throw from Diami Brown, and Zacchaeus just drops it. That was a surefire touchdown for the Commanders, dropped. So we'll do 2nd and 10 from the 36. Reverse handoff to Brown. Brown bouncing it is going to pick about 7 on that one. This is such an ugly football game. Like, that is not good football. That is bad football. Defense blows the coverage on a trick play, and the receiver says, nah, I'm going to drop this. I got you, fam. Unbelievable. 3rd and 2. Trips right. Daniels a bubble screen to Brown. Brown is not going to get the first down. Malik Hooker held on for dear life and stopped him. Now what does Washington do on 4th and 2 still? And a bubble screen on 3rd and 2 is just wild to me. Why not do the read option? Maybe it's an RPO bubble. They do love those play calls. Looks like it'll be a field goal kick here for Zane Gonzalez, who's only kicked 6 for the Commanders this season due to injuries. Other kickers. From the right hash, a 47-yard try to make this a 3-point ball game. Good snap, good hold. Kick is online, drifting a little bit, but good. And it is 6-3. Just an ugly, ugly football game. I cannot believe they did not catch that ball. Cannot believe it. How do you not make that trick play happen there? Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. 6-3. Cowboys are up, despite which it should be 7-6. They dial up the perfectly timed trick play, which I like the design too. Like, you do the reverse, but you get the receiver coming in motion beforehand, so he kind of gets just like a normal clean pocket instantly instead of like having to deal with pressure and stuff, and drops the dime. Great throw by Diami Brown. That was the best deep ball thrown all game. Dropped it. Justin, I hope we lose. I just want the draft pick. Score updates on those that matter. Texans-Titans doesn't matter. Texans up big over Tennessee right now. We are cheering for the Falcons to beat the Panthers. That game is now tied up at 10-10. Extra point just happened. So we are cheering for the Falcons because even if the Cowboys win, that would, keep the Cowboys in a top 15 picks slot. Saints-Bucks does not matter, although the Bucks are in danger of completely choking this away. They are down 13-3 at the moment. Patriots-Bills does not matter. Patriots up, which is kind of wild right now. We are cheering for the Colts as well. That is a key game. We want the Colts to win because if the Cowboys lose, that would put them up a spot, would secure a top 12 pick for Dallas. Colts are up 17-10 at the 2-minute warning. It's going to be 1st and 10 Jags at their own 41-yard line. The rest of the games don't matter. Packers are now down by 4. Malik Willis comes in the game, and Josh Jacobs was a 12-yard touchdown on the ground there, so no surprise there. Packers also lost Christian Watson to a non-contact injury. So this might be a bad one there for knee and a right elbow for Love and a knee for Christian Watson, excuse me. So just a right elbow for Love. So Commanders dialing up the perfect trick play to Olamide Zaccheaus, and he drops it. He's got 2 drops today, by the way. Kick is away. First chance for a return from Turpin will be 6 yards deep in the end zone and down for a touchback. Super chat menu, $5. Signed Brandon Aubrey jersey, $20 for a shot or a bean boozled, $500 for a beer bong. What's our lead over the Commanders in super chats, by the way? Or are we losing now? All right, we're up by 50. Let's double that. Give me a beer bong to do here. Cowboys football, 4:40 to go here in the first half. It is a 6-3 snooze fest. Penalties and mistakes have ruined the day. It's not the right term, but who cares? Lance looking left, a screen to Cooks. Cooks stepping up, hit hard from behind, and is going to get 3 or so on that one. Second down. Andres Yabarvo, the bad wolf. Tom, thanks for the giving us the play-by-play on this punting practice. Let us know when the real game begins. The real game right now is the MVP race. Cameron's got 60. Andres has 52 in the MVP race. Lance barking out signals. 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. Running back is Dowdle. Dowdle going to get the handoff, cutting it up, and brought down right at the first down marker. Depends on the spot. Think they'll give him the first down on that one. They will. Rico up to 9 carries, 33 yards on the day. That matches his long of 7. Ed, this level of excitement is why no sports bar for me. Hey, we at least have fun, even if the game is boring. 3.5 to go in the first quarter. Remember, Cowboys the ball to begin the second half. Lance in the shotgun. Drops back. Throwing deep out, caught by Jonathan Mingo for a gain of about 13 on that one. Just the second catch in the past month and a half since Thanksgiving for Jonathan Mingo. Another first down pickup. Job by Mingo there, kind of trying to hold the safety off a little bit. Mingo against Mikey Sainristil. Shot time for Cameron Palmer. You got it, bud. 2:45 to go here. Lance in the shotgun. Dowdle to his right. Commanders bringing pressure. Quick throw. Caught. And ripped down is Ryan Flournoy for a gain of about 5. Cheers to you, Cameron. It's a commie shot. Just a quick hitch there to Flournoy. St. Juice closes hard, makes the tackle. Second and 6, so they gave him 4 on that one. Cowboys do not have to run a play before the 2-minute warning, and they might not. Lance did a little hard count. And they will not run a play here. So 2-minute warning. It is Cowboys football in Commanders territory. They're at the 42-yard line of Washington. A reminder of the Super Chat menu, $5, a signed Brandon Aubrey jersey. $20, a shots or a beaned boozled. $50 for the beer bong of honor. Down to do another one, of course, as well. Just $50 for that. Robert, what do you have to do to be a mod on the channel? I don't just let Troy do it. There have been times before where we've done the mod for a day stuff, and semi-frequently somebody will block somebody that they probably shouldn't have because they just didn't like them or whatever. So I try not to let too many mods run loose because it can lead to problems sometimes. But I just let Troy do it because Troy's done it for a while. So we'll probably do some more mod for a day stuff in the future. Don't worry. For mod for a game because it's entertaining. Thank you, Roberts. Scores around the NFL. The Bucs got a field goal, so they're down by 7 right now, 13-6. Carolina just scored again to make it 17-10. Bryce Young to Miles Sanders, a 33-yard score. Carolina is up 17-10 right now over the Atlanta Falcons in a must-win game for the Falcons' playoff hopes and dreams. The Colts are up 17-10 in a game we want Indy to win. The Jags are now in 2nd and goal from the 9 of note. A lot out there? Yeah, can't say I'm surprised. Those are the main games that matter right now. The Packers with a backup quarterback in. Malik Willis is in for the injured Jordan Love. They are down 14-10. Caleb Williams is 6 of 7 for 21 yards. That's how you know it's a play calling issue right there, folks. Eagles' 2nd/3rd stringers are up 10-0 at the moment. Jahan Dotson's feasting today. And the Cowboys up 6-3. So all the teams that wanted to win are really not right now. The Falcons want to win, they are not. The Bucs want to win, they are not. The Patriots should want to lose, they are winning. Jags just settled for a field goal, so Colts clinging to a lead there, and the Packers are losing. 2nd and 6. Ball to 42. Lance has plenty of time. Deep comeback. Caught broken up by Tolbert. Great pass breakup there by Mikey Sainristil. Tolbert leaps for it, gets his hands on it, and Sainristil comes in to break up that pass. It is not an easy catch to make necessarily. I do need Jalen Tolbert making those plays, though. If he's going to be a contested catch guy, that's the one he's got to make. So 3rd and 6. Dowdle going to swing right. Lance on a quarterback power left. Has blockers. Lance right at the marker. Depends on the spot. They brought in Awesome Richards at left tackle, by the way, on that play. So he's in the game at left tackle right now. I'm glad he's back. Let's see him getting some playing time. It's right at the marker. I think they gave him the first down. They did not. 4th and 1. So 4th and a yard is all they need here. Play clock is already down to 4. I think Mike was hoping it was going to get reviewed. It did not. So Dallas calls a timeout here. So 4th and 1 coming up after the Lance quarterback power. It is 4th down. Type in those 4s. So the quarterback power decision makes me think that they knew this was going to be a 4th down, go for it play call. If you're doing it smartly, at least. That's what you do. Jatman, the Cowboys should watch and hire Zimmer because he makes Daniels look terrible. You joke, but it does get coaches hired. They're obviously not going to, but it does happen sometimes. 4th and 1. They got Cooks out, Tolbert out. I think they're going heavy personnel here. Dowdle the back behind Lipke at fullback. Lance under center. Hands it to Lipke, and Lipke gets the first down and more. Picked up over 5 on that one. So a first down Cowboys on a 4th and 1 pickup. Again, short yardage success by Hunter Lipke. And good blocking up front. Good push. They go pistol. Dowdle behind Lance. Ball to 32.5. Lance looking left, resetting, swinging to Dowdle. Lead block from Lipke. Dowdle gets the first down and more right at about the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 Cowboys. And now the clock is becoming a factor for the Commanders' side of getting the ball back. Great block by Lipke, clearing out Noah Igbignogany. And Dowdle getting out of bounds at the 20 for a first down pickup. Just before the half, the Falcons have tied things up again. Lance, under some pressure, screen to Dowdle, cutting it back. Not a lot of room to run, is just going to get back to the initial line of scrimmage. And Dowdle will sub out here. And the Commanders have called their first timeout, 1:05 to go. We will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at the half. Take home right now is $130. Get them in at What's Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downey for that. Nandor Bank is in. Take home is $140. Right on cue, Nandor. A 9-play, 50-yard drive, 3.5 minutes already used up for Dallas. They are inside, or right at, I should say, the Prize Picks red zone. Ball at the 20. Drops back Lance, quarterback draw up the middle, looking to bounce it. Gets inside the 15 to about the 13, maybe down to the 12. Commanders will call a timeout, it looks like here. 3rd and 1 coming up. And the Cowboys here, if they can get a first down, can really bleed this clock and timeouts down for Washington and prevent the old 2-for-1 look. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Nandor, our most recent entry here. Saints, by the way, have the ball near Bucks red zone with 25 seconds left. Colts up 20-13 over the Jags. 3rd and 1. Dowdle back in the game to the right of Lance. It's a handoff to Dowdle. Dowdle gets the first down inside the 10. As Hoffman standing over Payne and trying to goad him a little bit there, I think, by just standing and putting his arms up like, what do you mean, what am I doing? Commanders call their final timeout, 53 seconds left. It is 1st and goal for the Cowboys. If they score a touchdown, every $10 super chat is a shot, and every $20 super chat is a beer bong. You get the entries no matter what, and if they don't score a touchdown, I still do the shots for the 20. So potential to upgrade it a little bit there. So 1st and goal. Trips right, Dowdle to the left of Lance. Lance will drop back to pass. End zone corner route and overshoots Brandon Cooks. I don't know if that was even just a throwaway from Lance or not. But that ball sails incomplete out of bounds and no danger of being intercepted either. So 2nd and goal, 48 seconds left to go in the half. From the 9, Turpin in motion. They hand it to Dowdle. Dowdle cuts it back and gets down to the 2. 40 seconds to go here in the half. A nice pickup there by Rico Dowdle, slicing it upwards. Good block by Awesome Richards. Good hard running by Rico, too. They go tempo. 3rd and goal. Lance. End zone fade to Cooks. Cooks almost makes a great grab, but it's a great pass breakup by Mikey Sainristil. Not enough height on that one, I think, from Lance either. Again, his balls have always been a little bit phrasing, have been a little bit line drive. Get a little bit more arc on it. Good placement, just need a bit more arc so Cooks can... Also, a jump ball fade to your 5'9 receiver is not what I would probably call there, to be quite honest. I honestly would have given the ball to Rico there. I would do it again here. I would run the read option look. They're going, watch out for quarterback power here with Lance. dropping back, pressure coming, gonna avoid the sack, roll left, throws, and he shorted it to Rico Dowdle. Trey Lance did an unbelievable job to avoid a surefire sack, and he shorts it to Rico Dowdle. And the Cowboys get nothing. That is the Trey Lance experience. That was a TD, and the Cowboys could not connect. And the Commanders, 17 seconds left. They're going to line up in victory formation here. Now, if you were really trying to win this game, I would have had some push on that one and then called a timeout and forced Daniels to have no space to work with for the kneel down there. Instead, it is a halftime 6-3 lead. Roy is our last entry into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. So, Roy Lee, you are in. Take home is $150 on the nose. Cowboys up 6-3 at this point. The scores that matters, you guys can vote if you want to win or lose here. 20-13, the Colts are up over the Jags. We are cheering for the Colts. We want them to win to potentially boost the Cowboys' draft pick status, win or lose. The Panthers and Falcons are tied up at 17. We want the Falcons to win. It would guarantee a top 15 pick in the process for the Dallas Cowboys. Saints-Bucks doesn't really matter, but I do want to make note of it. It's 16-6 at the half, and the Saints are up. The Saints are locked into a top 10 pick no matter what. But the Bucks offense has not looked very sharp. Baker Mayfield is 9 of 16 for 67 yards. They have not given the ball a single time to Rashad. I don't know if White's hurt or not, but that's kind of crazy there. By the way, I will say, not running the ball there with Rico or Lance is just bad play calling. This is why I don't want Mike back. Like, that stuff right there. Like, it got you to the 2. You had 2 plays, a timeout. Clock was not an issue at all. To go red zone fade and then pass was just with no threat of the run outside of the quarterback power. So once he dropped back, you knew it was over. It's just weird. Just weird. Weird. All right, we will do the clown race. Winner gets $150 here. Let's race. Winner gets $150. We are away. Michael in the lead here. Michael, Jose in first and second. James Yabarvo climbing into first place here over Matthew Embry. James in second there. Matthew holding to a lead, 16 seconds left here. Matthew in first, holding to a lead. Hawkeyes, Nandor in second. 8 seconds left here. Roy Lee taking a lead. Roy Lee, the last entry, 3 seconds left, and the last entry wins. Last week we had the first entry win. This week the last entry. I mean, the odds are 1 in 15, but Still, hasn't happened very often. So, Roy, congratulations. $150 coming your way on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Sent to you, Roy. We will do a second half raffle as well. You can get your Venmos in right now at What's Going Downey. Hawkeyes and Nick D are already into the raffle, as the Cowboys are up 6-3 in. That's a snooze game, man. This has been a snooze fest. The offense has shown signs of life. Only averaging 6.3 yards per attempt. It's actually not that great. The run game's averaging about 4. They've been pretty balanced, despite a 5-yard loss, by the way. Lipke's got 2 carries for 15 yards on 2 short yardage runs. How about that? 6-3, Cowboys are up. By the way, the Falcons got the ball back with about 40 seconds to go in the half. Michael Penix has got them to the 20-yard line now of the Panthers, which, you know what, it's halftime. Ain't nothing going on. Where's my multi-view? Get this bad boy multi-view set up here. Perfect. And we'll keep an eye on Falcons-Panthers, because why the heck not? Because we are cheering for the Falcons here. They just took a shot to the end zone. Drake London could not come down with it. Oh, got the left foot in. Would have been a catch in college, not the NFL. Isaiah Silva, that was the most Trey Lance play I've ever seen. That is the Trey Lance experience. He does this great job to avoid the pressure, avoid the sack, buys time, wide open Rico Dowdle, and just dirts it. Falcons! End zone! Touchdown, Drake London! London's going to get a flag for taunting, but Penix to London in the corner of the end zone. I mean, you knew what the Falcons were going to call there. Back shoulder fade to London. All body parts in control down. Touchdown, Atlanta. That's good for the Cowboys. They called taunting on Drake London, but who cares? It's a soft taunting. Let the boys play. He earned it, man. He earned it. So Atlanta, and talk about a not boring game, about to be 35 points scored in the second quarter of this one. Falcons at one point were down significantly in this one. Chris, what's up?
I was just going to say, it didn't look like he even said anything. He just got up and looked at
He got
him.
up there and leered. He taunted. He taunted.
Right. Come on.
But it's fine. Let the boys play.
It's the no fun league.
Long extra point is drilled, by the way. So the Falcons, who we are cheering for draft pick purposes, up 24-17. As the Falcons also going to keep a close eye on that Saints-Bucks game. Robert says we should have ran the ball for a TD or at least get the field goal. I have zero problems going for a touchdown there. Not a single one. In fact, I like going for the score there. But you got the ball on 1st and 9, incomplete pass to Brandon Cooks. End zone corner route didn't work. They like that one. You pick up 7 on 2nd and goal from the 9. You are at 3rd and 2. You have a mobile quarterback in the game who is at his best with his legs. He's not the most accurate guy. More than that in a second. And you do end zone fade to Brandon Cooks. Mikey Samerstill breaks it up. You do a fade to your second smallest receiver, who's 5'9". Okay? You're doing a 5'9" fade. It's got to be a perfect ball placement because he's not going to win the contested catch very often. It's not. James says if that was Lamb instead of Cooks or TD, probably was a score. Probably. But it wasn't. They threw it to Cooks. And then 4th and 2, you again offer zero threat of a run outside of a quarterback power because it's a straight drop back with no running back outside of an up back. And you take a sack. Or you avoid the sack, miraculously, and you buy time. You have a wide open Rico Dowdle. Could be a highlight reel play for Lance, and he simply dirts it. He throws it a yard short of where it needs to go, and Dowdle cannot make a diving catch. It was a 7-yard throw in the air. Use the legs. You know, Lance tends to bail on pockets early. That's fine. He's got mobility. It's not the end of the world, but that can't miss that one. Simply can't miss it. Chris B, 3rd and goal fade to Cooks is a choice. Again, like I would not have done that. I would not have thrown that pass. That simple. Wouldn't have done it. And it was kind of a mistake. Mark, how about a quick update on our game? I've been away. Game has been interesting. It is 6-3. Trey Lance, 11 of 20 for 125. One sack. Should have a touchdown as well. Had Rico Dowdle on an extended play and just threw it short. And the one thing you can't do, he did. Rico Dowdle up to 11 carries, 42 yards. Also has 12 yards through the air again. Should have a touchdown catch. Does not. Happens. Leading receiver right now is Cavante Turpin. 2 catches, 40 yards. Tolbert, Turpin, Dowdle, Cooks all have 2. Mingo, Schoonmaker, Flournoy all have 1. A couple 30-yard plays to Tolbert and to Turpin. Good plays. Mingo had a nice 14-yard pickup on a first down. Someone tweeted out wasted 4th-round pick for the first down, which was mean, but also, might not be wrong either. Cooks has 7 targets and 2 catches today. Which, again, do we need to be force-feeding Brandon Cooks 7 targets and a half? Like, why can't we give it to the young guys? That's my mindset. But, hey, it's how it goes sometimes. Nice throw by Trubisky, by the way. Defensively, Micah Parsons has 2.5 sacks. Donovan Wilson has a sack. And Mozzie Smith has a half sack as well. So, I guess they gave a full sack to Micah on one that I thought half should have gone to Osa. But 2.5 sacks for Micah, a half one for Mozzie. Cowboys defense has played great football. They've got beat really one time today. There was on the trick play pass that should have been a 45-yard Olamide Zacchaeus touchdown. Instead, he dropped it from Diami Brown. Brian Robinson's got 2 carries for 4 yards. The Commanders have 20 yards net passing, 44 yards on the ground, half of that, 27 yards, over half of it, from Daniel's scrambles and design runs. Cowboys defense looks good. They have been impactful. Terry McLaurin, 1 catch for 5 yards. Olamide Zacchaeus, 3 targets, 0 catches. Diami Brown, 3 for 16, also got 8 yards on a reverse. They've done a good job, the Cowboys defense has. Cowboys offense hasn't always dominated it a little bit. Cowboys deserve to have the lead, and we're a half away from being done with this crap. This is where I'm at. This has not been fun. Halftime Super Chat menu, by the way. I'll mention this real quick. Shot and Bean Boozled for $20. $50, I'll do 2 beer bongs. So, halftime Super Chat menu. We'll also do $5 as 2 entries for the Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle. So, we'll go back to the pregame Super Chat menu. We'll do double up for the Aubrey jersey entries and $20 for a shot and the Bean Boozled. $50 for the beer bong of honor. The Titans, by the way, if the Patriots can hold on here, are in position to secure the number 1 overall pick. The starting quarterback duo has provided 3 points so far. Tony Pollard's been bottled up. The Texans have a 92-yard run, which is almost the same combined yardage on that one play as the Titans have all game. That's not very good, is it, Chris? Not very good. Again, other scores as the Super Chats come in. Oop. Brent back into the Venmo 50-50 raffle with the salute emoji. Thank you, Brent. I also got Noah in there. To mention Noah, he is in. Venmo 50-50 raffle is now up to 40 on the take-home. We'll skip through the scores because Cowboys Commanders set to begin here in just a second. Turpin will be back deep for this return. if he gets a return chance. Kick is away. Touchback. 9 yards deep in the end zone. 15 minutes to go in the third quarter. First play coming up. Cowboys right back out there on offense. They have been out there a lot today. 18-12 plus 6 seconds for the Cowboys. Time of possession here. So we are about to be at one of those points where the Commanders haven't had the football in like a half hour of real time. Been right about a half hour. 1st and 10. We'll get to Super Chats after this 1st and 10 play. Dowdle to the right of Lance. They're going to motion Cooks out wide right here. Lance drops back. Has time. Downfield. Caught by Jonathan Mingo. A good play right there. Right at the first down marker, and it will be a first down on a comeback route to Mingo. Good pickup there. Mark, if we are dumb and we win, where do you think we draft? Depends on what else happens. But if the Falcons hold on, you won't be picking any worse than 15. We'll see about the Dolphins. Chance you secure even with a win, you could still stay at 13. That is a possibility here. So we'll see. 1st and 10, ball at the 40. Lance hands it off to Dowdle, who leaps for a gain of, they gave him 5 on that one. Might have been tripped up, maybe by his own man on that one. Yeah, Terrence Steele got knocked down, and Dowdle got taken out by him. Dowdle, Matty at a crease. 2nd and 5 coming up here. Dowdle up to 47 yards on the day. 2nd and 5. Handoff to Dowdle. Dowdle looking for a room. Doesn't find a lot. Picks up 2. 3rd down is Terrence Steele and Dante Fowler exchanging words. Robert, I like to see a little Will Grier today. He is the emergency quarterback, so seems unlikely. Jose Delgado into the Venmo 50-50 raffle and into the Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle. Give him 2 there. Says, how would it be better if Rush and or Prescott would be if they played? You'd be up big if you had Dak. Let's be honest here. As Lance rolls out right, quick pass, caught by Cooks, past the first down marker. The sprint out right works for the first time in months for a first down pickup. Like I said pregame, might work for once. Rush, I don't know how different things are. But I think Lance has played pretty similar to what Rush's career numbers have been, so I don't know if it's much different. Thank you. And then Andres Yabarvo, James Yabarvo, in for the final Venmo 50-50 Cowboys raffle of the season. Cowboys ball now in Commanders territory at the 49-yard line. Lance over the middle, wide open. Jalen Tolbert on a drag route. Tolbert to the 30, 25, out of bounds there. Open players as the Dan Quinn defense continues to struggle until the Cowboys get near the red zone. They just ran a drag, and nobody goes with Jalen Tolbert. And Sanders like they're playing man-to-man. Well, if they're playing man-to-man there, Mark, nobody went with Jalen Tolbert. That is an easy pitch and catch for Tolbert, a big first down pickup there. From the 21 now, Deuce Vaughn in the backfield. They're going to hand it to Vaughn. Vaughn is going to get very little on that one, maybe 2.5. Frankie, in your opinion, who would get the overall pick? I don't know. I want to see how the draft plays out, of the process plays out, who's on the board. We'll have a list of guys to watch. We'll have that today for you guys. Calvin, if the Cowboys retain Mike, will they force to make a change in offensive philosophy? They can try. Mike can also say, I don't want to change my offense. And maybe they part ways. It's possible. Lance corrals and slightly off snap, fakes a screen to Deuce Vaughn and dirts it. Commanders read that one properly. Good decision by Lance to not dial up the screen to Deuce Vaughn. They had people in front and behind, and not a lot of room to operate on that screenplay. Commanders read that one well. Like, Luvo read it to perfection. He's right in front of Deuce Vaughn. You can't lob that one over Frankie Luvo to Deuce Vaughn. That's not going to work. 3rd and 7 now. Empty personnel, trips right. Lance drops back, pressure coming, avoids the sack, tucking, running, is going to get near the first down marker. Depends on the spot. I think they're going to give it to him, and they will. A great effort there by Trey Lance, a free runner, got home. Frankie Luvo almost brought down Trey Lance. Lance avoided the sack and outran the defensive back, Mikey Sainristil, to the first down marker, and it's a first down Cowboys inside the red zone, the Prize Picks red zone. In fact, it's 1st and goal from the 10. Lance, handoff to Dowdle, and Dowdle gets blown up in the backfield. Loss of yardage again. No chance on that run. Frankie Luvo splicing in right away. Even if Luvo didn't make that tackle, Dante Fowler beat Awesome Richards badly on that one and was in the backfield. So a loss of 3 will make it 1st and goal from the 13 now for the Cowboys. Lance under center. Dowdle, handoff, cutting it up the middle, gets back to about the 9. 3rd and goal coming up. Mark says we had pick 8 or so, won a bunch of BS games, now pick 15. We'll see what happens. We'll see where they pick. It's still could be 13. Could be 10, 11, or 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. GM who won't sign guys. Head coach who's offensive line, mobile quarterback, and does not use his legs. SMH. Yeah, I agree with a lot of that there, bud. It's frustrating. Empty personnel, trips right. And Lipke is now going to motion from up back to the right to the left side. Lance stepping up, avoiding pressure, and now is going to go down for a sack. Jonathan Allen on the sack there. Probably held that ball a little bit too long trying to make a play happen, but it's in the red zone, and you weren't going to go for it on 4th and goal. Awesome Richards trying to go up against Allen and just kind of lost sight of, I think Richards thought that Lance had already moved behind him to the right. He kind of stopped blocking on that play, Richards did. So right hash, Aubrey's field goal from 36 yards is good, and the Cowboys again get the ball deep into Commander's territory and settle for a field goal. Sam, butt fumble is right. Why don't they try Vaughn on the outside? Look, why don't they do gap runs with Deuce Vaughn? That works better than just straight up inside zone. Again, I don't think his skill set has been unable to be deployed properly by Mike McCarthy, because I don't think McCarthy's a creative enough offensive play caller. He can do flashes. They put the Kevontae Turpin backfield package in months. That was in training camp. It took them 15 weeks to deploy it. Why? The world may never know. So, Nandor into the Venmo 50-50 raffle, says Trey to the Lance. Take home is now 80 on that front. Mark, Zim deserves credit considering lack of talent on D and the injuries. Washington is not some great team, but the D has held up quite well. I'm afraid Jerry Jones keeps the head coach. I don't want to keep Mike either. We'll see what happens. I'll try to be a chill guy about it, I guess, in the end, but I don't want to keep him. Zim has done a great job against the Commanders. And really in games outside of which the offense is just turning the ball over consistently, in the back half of the year, the defense played pretty darn well. They had, 4 turnovers last week against the Eagles? So, yeah, you're not going to win games like that. We know that. It's fine. By the way, the Bucs have finally gotten points. Baker Mayfield to Payne Durham for a touchdown. It is 16-13 Saints. Falcons set to begin the second half here, up 24-17. The Bills have just now reclaimed the lead as they brought James Cook in for some short yardage work. I guess they wanted to get him one more touchdown. He had not been getting touches in the second half. They brought him in for a touchdown there. They got into 1,000 yards and 17 touchdowns this year. That's what they did. Colts up 20-13, but about to punt. So games that do matter potentially for draft pick seeding and everything else. Titans at this pace, they are down by 10 against the Texans. They are about to secure at least the number 2 overall pick at this point. All right. Commanders set to go back out on offense. Maybe. Although I don't see Jaden Daniels with his helmet on. The Commanders might be putting in the backups here. It looks like the Commanders are done with the starters. So the backups are in for Washington. Backups are in for Washington. Mariota on a screen to Austin Eckler, and Eckler is going to get pushed forward and pick up 6 on that one. So Mariota is in here as the Commanders have apparently decided to not try anymore in the second half. Cowboys starters are still in. 2nd and 4, handoff to Robinson. Robinson is going to get maybe a yard, if that, to bring up 3rd down here. Got a different Andres Super Chat was the most recent one. So 3rd down, Jaden Daniels' day is done. 6 of 12 for 38 yards, 4 carries, 27 yards on the ground. It is Marcus Mariota in the game at quarterback. 3rd and 3. McLaurin is actually still in the game. Slant to Eckler, caught for a 1st down. Eckler passed midfield. The funniest outcome is Mariota leads him to a win, and I can do, is Marcus Mariota better than Jaden Daniels? Tweets. So 1st down, Washington here. Mariota on a keeper, trying to bounce it wide, gets the 1st down. Andres Ibarvo, a huge rush from a hush from Rush, no way from Trey, and Hope Dak makes a comeback. He's all in on the rhymes and puns today. Thank you, Andres. I appreciate that. Trent Hood, that's a shot. What is the best pick we can get to? The best possible pick is number 11, which you get with a loss, a Colts win, and a 49ers win. Worst is 16. Mariota hands it off to Robinson, who runs into his own man and gets nothing. Micah Parsons got enough push, or that might have been Carlos Watkins got enough push to force a loss of a half yard. Best pick is 11. Worst pick is 16. But if the Falcons stand, if the Falcons keep their lead, it would be no worse than 15. Cheers. So 2nd and 11. Mariota swings it to Robinson. Robinson picks up 5. Tackle made by Micah Parsons. They kind of they dropped Mike into coverage on that one and brought a blitz off the blind side, but the ball got out quickly enough. 3rd down coming up here. Ball in Cowboys territory, about 3rd and 5. Third and 6. Trips right, motion coming. Leafau almost jumped early. Mariota taking a shot downfield, and the catch is made by Zacchaeus. He dropped the easy one and made the hard one on a slot fade. And the Cowboys now have the Commanders have the ball in deep in Cowboys territory. That's honestly good coverage by Jordan Lewis. That is the definition of late hands. They go tempo from the 5. Mariota rolling right, throwing, caught, touchdown, Zach Ertz. And the backup quarterback, Mariota, has about to give the Commanders their first lead of the afternoon on a quick out to Zach Ertz on play action. Guess who got beat in coverage by a tight end? Donovan Wilson. They did get picked at least, and a good clean pick too. That's how you draw it up there. Minimal contact. And no clear blocking either. It's a good pick play. I'll give him credit there. So extra point to make it 10-9 Commanders. And that extra point is good. That is the score. The Commanders have their first lead of the day with 5:07 to go in the third quarter. As Mariota leads the Commanders down, he goes 5 of 5 for 60 yards and a score. I'm firing off my, is Marcus Mariota better than Jaden Daniels? Jotman, he's got a follow-up on this too, which is kind of funny. So the Cowboys going to win the game because Quinn quit. Introduced to pull the starters who've been terrible this game. No positive minutes going to playoffs, one and done. And then said, oops, spoke too soon. Marcus better than Daniels. They only pulled Jaden Daniels, by the way. They kept out the rest of the starting unit. We'll see how long that stays the case. But they did pull Daniels there, which I find really curious, to say the least. To pull the starter there. And I agree with most of Jotman's statement of, like, you pull the starter and now you got question marks. You know? Did I do the shot for Trent Hood yet? Did I do the shot? Tell me. Why for ESN for now? I can't remember if I did or not. Like, I don't know. We'll see. But Commanders retake the lead. The Falcons have just thrown an interception. I see some people saying yes and some people saying no. I'm just going to do it. Why not? F it. I got to 500 likes. We'll say I'm doing the shot for that. I'm pretty sure I did, but a little shot never hurt nobody in most cases. Yeah. So Panthers have the ball deep in Falcons territory after a Michael Penix interception. I think that actually went off the back of a receiver's jersey. Or let's see what happened here. I got a replay of it. Penix throws the ball, and it bounces right off his receiver's hands and into the awaiting arms of a defender. Like, it should have been caught for a first down. So, Mariota comes in, leads the scoring drive. Commanders have a 10-9 lead as Turpin will grab this ball halfway into his end zone and take a knee. So we want the Falcons to win. Secures at minimum a top 15 draft pick for the Dallas Cowboys. Minimum. But Panthers have the ball. They are facing they're facing a 4th and 1. It's going to be good here. Bucks have the ball down by 3. Patriots have the ball down by 2. Colts have the ball up by 7 at their own 11, 1st and 10. Dax moved from the sideline, or from the booth to the sideline, by the way. Deuce Vaughn to the right of Lance. Lance, play action, rolling right, looking, throwing, caught, open Schoonmaker, gets the first down and more, still loose past the 50, and I think they're going to say he's out of bounds. I think they're going to mark him down previously. I thought he was still going. I can't hear the whistles. That would explain why the defense kind of gave up there a little bit. Let's see. Did he step out of bounds? Yeah, that right foot's out of bounds. Good spot by the officiating crew. So 1st and 10, little play action, easy pickup there. Deuce Vaughn's still in the game. No Cooks, by the way. Read option for Lance, trying to get to the edge. And a flag comes out for holding on Jake Ferguson. Has been a season to forget for Jake Ferguson. That's 2 penalties today. Frankie, Daniels one-hit wonder, just like RG3. You know Commanders fans are traumatized about that being a possibility. You know that they are. Silly by Ferguson. Well, it's time to put in Cooper to rush to win the game. You made the move to start Lance. Just keep playing Trey Lance. Also, do you want to win? The whole purpose of playing Lance is to get him playing time. Let him do it. Still Deuce Vaughn in the game. Lance, quick out to Tolbert, who gets drilled. Ball pops out, and they're going to rule incomplete. Boy, Mikey Sainristil. I loved him coming out of Michigan. Reminds me of Mike Hilton, even some Jordan Lewis this year to his game. Just drilled Jalen Tolbert. Slant flat. Sainristil doesn't even bother going with Cooks. Tolbert just never had that football. Helmet on the ball. Great play by Sainristil. That'll bring up 2nd and 18. Deuce Vaughn to the right of Lance, strips left. Lance, good blitz pickup by Vaughn. Over the middle, finds Ferguson, runs over a man and gets the first down. A gain of 19 on 2nd and 18. They brought a blitz. Deuce Vaughn goes low, takes out Bobby Wagner, buys just enough time for Lance, who also got hit blindside, as Richards again got beat in pass protection. It happened a couple times today. Good job there by the Cowboys. Ferguson kind of working out that neck. He's over 500 yards for the season, as it is a Deuce Vaughn drive for the Cowboys. Lance hands it off to Vaughn. Vaughn is going to run and pick up 9. Nine-yard run for Deuce Vaughn. Thought there might have been a face mask there. He's underneath the helmet. They don't normally call that in traffic. 2nd and 1 from the 40.5. So 1.5 really. Call it a gain of 8.5. Multiple tight ends. Hand off to Vaughn. Vaughn going to get the first down and more. To the 31, a gain of 10. Everyone spam small in the comments. Deuce Vaughn getting going on this drive. 1st and 10 from the 32. Tolbert in motion. They hand it off to Vaughn on a counter. Vaughn cutting it up and is going to get 3 on that one. Maybe 3.5. Second down. Second and 6. Dowdle getting a long breather here, / they're giving Deuce Vaughn an extended look on this drive. And he's looked pretty good. Commanders, by the way, still playing their starting defense. Lance, play action, pressure coming, throws a screen, bobbled, caught by Ferguson, and then drilled with a high hit. And I think Frankie Luvo did more damage to himself than he did Ferguson. That probably could have been helmet-to-helmet penalty. It's a loss of about 7 on that one. Again, Vaughn did a good job on blitz pickup, by the way. Ferguson bobbling that ball, then gets upended, and Luvo just drills him with the crown of his helmet. But he's okay, apparently. 3rd and 13 from the 35. Lance, screen to Turpin. Turpin trying to get to the edge. Does, and near the first down marker, did he get it? Depends on the spot. And they're going to mark it at the first down marker and give it to him. A bubble screen to Turpin. Good block by Schoonmaker and Tolbert. And how do the Commanders let them get that first down? First and 10, Cowboys. Picture the final play here of the third quarter. Rico Dowdle subs back in the game. Dowdle gets the handoff up the middle, picks up 5, and that will take us down to the fourth quarter. The Cowboys down 10-9 late, but they have the ball and marching into Commanders territory. Emmett Lambert, $5. Lance looked okay if a guy hasn't played in 3 years. Some good, some bad. Just needs reps, which he might need the USL for, frankly. Might not be a bad idea this upcoming offseason for him there. So, all right. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. I always advise the flex play. You can get one wrong and still come out on top. We got our first one wrong on our NFL Prize Picks slate. Derrick Henry went for more than 9.5 yards. Jaden Daniels, who has been effectively replaced for the remainder, I would assume, of the game, is about halfway to his 52.5. In fact, he's got 27. So is not going to get there. So we just need Justin Jefferson more than receiving yards to come through on that one. Download the Prize Picks app, create your account, and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's Prize Picks. Run your game. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Make sure to get your comments in. Most comments in the next 60 seconds gets a free raffle entry. Deuce Vaughn, by the way, 4 carries, 24 yards. Hunter Lipke, 2 carries, 15 yards. Rico Dowdle, 16 for 55. The Panthers and Falcons tied up at 24. Go Falcons. Saints and Bucks, which matters for the NFC North race. Saints are up 19-13. I believe they just got a field goal. They did. Colts are up 20-13 in the third quarter. However, the Colts just missed a field goal at the Jags' 41-yard. Would have made it a 2-score game. So Jags get great field position. Trying to make a comeback in that one. Texans up over the Titans still. Bears up by 1 over the Packers. The Eagles up 17-13 over the Giants. As Tanner McKee's got 240 passing yards. It is going to be 2nd and about 5 here. Commanders up 10-9, but it's ball at the 17 for the Cowboys. Handoff to Deuce Vaughn. Deuce Vaughn makes a man miss and gets inside the 5.
What with Brent Workman on that last one?
Brent Workman comes out on top. Deuce Vaughn is feasting. He looks sharp. And Deuce Vaughn will sub out. 1st and goal. As there is an injured Frankie Luvo now. Kind of want to give Deuce Vaughn the goal line carry here. He's at 5 carries for 36 yards. I told you guys Deuce Vaughn could play football. Yes. Said it months ago. No one would have listened to me. We left this 304s. I think Mike White hates Zekel. Yeah, probably does a little bit there. Do I blame him? No, not necessarily either. Deuce Vaughn, 36 yards on 5 carries, the most of his career. It is 1st and goal for the Cowboys here. Calvin Ridley has scored for the Tennessee Titans, which makes that a 1-score game. Andres Yabarvo, $5 super chat, a dose of Deuce Juice. He's got 5 carries, 36 yards. Where are all my Deuce Vaughn tweets? Where's my Deuce Vaughn? I'll make him bigger tweet. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, I can't find it. Cowboys football, they are deep in enemy territory. I can't find it. Twitter search is broken. So 1st and goal here for the Cowboys coming up. They called me a madman for saying Deuce Vaughn could play football in the NFL. Deuce Vaughn is the single back from the 5. They're going to hand it off to Vaughn, cuts it back and gets down to the 3. Second and goal. Lance under center. Lipke and Dowdle in the backfield. Heavy personnel. Play action. Lance throws. End zone. Ferguson overshot before his feet and bounce. He made the catch. Did he drag the feet? No. That was almost a great play from Jake Ferguson, but he could not connect on it. Let's see. Left foot. Oh, that might be a catch. That ball moves a lot, though. I don't know if he had possession of the ball. His feet were in. I don't know if that ball moved a lot. That was almost a gorgeous play by Ferguson. Feet are in. Oh, but that left heel is also out too, I think. Left side of the foot. And that ball's moving. I don't think that's a catch. It's a great effort by Ferguson. I don't think that's going to stand as a catch, though. So they are challenging it, but I don't think he's going to get that one. Sam, honestly, I'm keeping Vaughn. The team just needs to figure out how to use him. Again, just let him go a little bit, and good things have happened. I found the Deuce Vaughn smaller tweet. I just retweeted it on the timeline. I just yeah, I'm telling you, he's not a bad football player. 6 carries, 37 yards, doubling his career high. Hunter Lipke's got 2 for 15 today. Go figure. All right, Robert. I just want to see Deuce Vaughn score a TD. I will take a large victory lap if that happens, because I want it. I think it'd be really funny. I don't think that's a catch from Ferguson. We'll see what the review says. That ball's moving a lot. I don't think he had possession of it in the end. John Elliott, Dilly, DC for life again. Cheers to you too, Samuel. Appreciate that. As it sits right now, it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 4. That play is under review. Sam, I missed the whole game. How was Lance? I don't know. Like up and down. Like I don't know what your expectations were. Maybe is the way to go about saying it. He's been up. He's been down. Some good, some bad. He looks like what we saw in the preseason. Made some good plays with his legs. Darted a 4th down touchdown to Rico Dowdle that should have been caught too. So up and down so far. Up and down. Seemingly a pretty long review going on right now. Other scores here. Again, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Get your entries in at What's Going Downey. Get your entries in at What Going Downey. What does Pereira say here? Oh, they just took away a timeout from the Cowboys. Oh, that's actually a good spot by the officiating crew. Or by Pereira, that inside of the toe drags out of bounds before the second one gets down. So 3rd and goal as whistles blow here. Timeout Commanders. 13:59 to play in the football game. You would assume the Cowboys go for 2 if they score as well. Panthers, Falcons tied up at 24. Colts still up by 20. It is Deuce EU, as Cool Sharky points out. So 3rd and goal. Coming up here, Commanders have called a timeout. Giants just scored. Texans just scored a defensive touchdown as well. Turpin comes in motion from right to left. Now back left. Lance, and a flag comes out. This is going to be on Dallas as Cooks makes an incredible catch in the end zone. I think he's in for a score, but this might be illegal motion on Dallas. Unless they had an offsides on the Commanders. Flag came out immediately. And now they're going to say incomplete on the Brandon Cooks throw. I think they are going to say Turpin was moving forward. Cooks, I think, caught that ball, by the way. No, he did not. Left foot in, right foot out. Reverse that. But there was also illegal motion. They did the cheat motion. They send the guy out wide left. You can't move forward. You can't move forward. John says, sponsoring Logan, if Deuce Vaughn gets a touchdown, I will do a shot, no doubt. And the Cowboys on 4th and goal will bring out Brandon Aubrey for yet another field goal try. Made from 34, 41, 36, now from 22, and it's 12-10. Cowboys retake the lead over the Commanders in the 4th quarter. Ferguson almost got his feet in bounds. Cooks almost got his feet in bounds. That one would have been overturned by illegal motion on Kevontae Turpin because you cannot move forward at the snap or pre-snap there. So 40 field goals on the season for Brandon Aubrey. As the Cowboys offense has gotten the ball 5 times now, pretty deep into Commanders territory. They got the ball to the 16-yard line, settled for a field goal. They got the ball to the 19 after a turnover, settled for a field goal. They got the ball to the 2, turnover on downs. Got the ball to the 9, settled for a field goal. Got the ball to the 4, settled for a field goal. That has been a constant theme. This could easily be a double-digit lead for the Cowboys, if not more, if they've been able to punch in a handful of these drives. Instead, it is a 2-point lead for Marcus Mariota and company to come back out there on offense. I do question the lack of run plays continued inside the red zone. I do question those. Frankie, drink Peroni if the Cowboys win. I don't know what that is. I'm going to Google it. It's an Italian beer. Never heard of it or had it. It's a green bottle. That's what you're thinking of? Can't say I heard of it before. It looks like a small bottle. So, Cowboys up 12-10 in the fourth quarter. Again, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at the end of today's game. Take home right now is 80. Get that number up to at least 100, if not more. The Super Chat menu is as follows. $5 into our signed Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle. $20 for a shot or a Bean Boozled, and $50 for the beer bong. Haven't done a beer bong in a while, so first offer, I'll keep it open. First 50 that comes in, I will do two. I will do two. That's reasonable and yet fair. Panthers, by the way, are marching 1st and 10 at the Falcons' 24-yard line to take the lead. We are cheering for the Falcons. Colts up over Jacksonville. We are cheering for Indy in that one. Patriots have the lead over the Bills. Kick is away from Brandon Aubrey. That one will be a touchback out of the end zone. Texans are up 23-6 over Tennessee. Tennessee about to lock up at least the number 2 pick, and maybe the number 1 pick.
Good thing for the Patriots, they can get a good player in the top 5 no matter what because they have so many needs.
They do have a lot of needs. So 1st and 10. Commanders back out on offense. It is Marcus Mariota and what looks like to me the rest of the starters on offense. They went 8 plays, 70 yards on their last drive. They are down by 2. Ball to 30, 13:53 to go in the football game. Mariota, play action, has some time. Over the middle, caught! Zacchaeus redemption, past midfield. Lewis wanted DPI or something. Did not get it, but there is an injured commander back near the line of scrimmage. Zacchaeus on just a deep dig. Lewis is not going to get a defensive call for that. That was very light. Big chunk play to Zacchaeus, who dropped a sure touchdown earlier on a trick play. Can't tell who is down for the Commanders. Looks like a lineman. Is that Brandon Coleman? They say 65? Oh, Osa Odigizua goes into the leg of Brandon Coleman there. Just kind of got a little, looking at the right side, that right knee area, kind of got bumped into it. Kind of bent inward a little bit. That did not look good. That is Brandon Coleman. A gain of 22, though, for Olamide Zacchaeus. So 1st and 10, once Coleman is okay, they're going to go to TV timeout here. Again, at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. The Bears just scored to extend their lead, which in the fourth quarter would lock the Commanders into the 6th seed if the Bears hold on to that lead regardless of their outcome today against the Cowboys. The Panthers just scored to take the lead over Atlanta. We want Atlanta to win that game. We want Atlanta to win. We don't want them to jump us potentially in the draft order because they also have the same strength of schedule against the Panthers, so it wouldn't really matter that much. We want the Falcons to come back and win that game. John says, stationed in Italy for 3 years. I think it's Peroni. Am I saying that right or wrong? I don't know. Tasted like beer aged with welding rods. Healthy choice. That sounds disgusting. Sounds bad. Colts are up 20-13, but that doesn't matter as much if the Cowboys win this game because the Colts' strength of schedule is far enough ahead of Dallas that Dallas would stay ahead of them no matter what. The Falcons one is pretty close to Dallas and would come down to tiebreaker stuff. In fact, I would wonder if the Lions-Vikings game could suddenly impact things as to the strength of schedule. And I don't know how to Google that and figure that one out. Yeah, I think it might. In fact, if it comes down to tiebreakers, the Cowboys-Falcons game, or that Lions-Vikings game, could be enough to determine the strength of schedule tiebreaker if it comes down to it. If the Cowboys win and the Falcons lose. Because it's separated by less than .002 right now. So, which percentages, it's actually about 2% or 0.2% really, once you get to that. But that is very similar. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It all is meaningless, though, if the Commanders come back and win this game. Motion from Robinson. Mariota going to play action, roll it right, looking and now tucking, throwing a bomb across his body downfield to Bates, who does not make the catch. Malik Hooker lays the lumber. Bates cannot hold on. 2nd and 10. Big hit by Malik Hooker. Good decision by Mariota. Has had a little bit too much loft on it. Bates snuck out deep downfield against Troy Pride. Got open, but Hooker with a well-timed pass breakup to get his hand in there too and rip that ball out. Bates cannot make the catch. 2nd and 10 from the 48-yard line. Motion from Ertz. Play action again. Mariota has time. Stepping up, running, tucking, and making a man miss and diving to the 39-yard line. 3rd and 3 coming up. Good open field trip up by Troy Pride. Troy Pride does not make that tackle. Mariota might still be running. So 3rd and 3 from the 41. Cowboys showing pressure. They're going to drop it. Bring 4. Mariota. Slant. Diving, sliding catch made behind him. Terry McLaurin. And it's a 1st down, Commanders. First and 10. Handoff. Eckler running and picking up 7 on that one. As Fox got caught napping there and had a highlight playing, and they went small screen. Commanders staying in their tempo offense here. No subs for Dallas. Cowboys late getting situated on defense here. It's a pump screen. Mariota downfield. Caught by McLaurin, making a nice catch to the 16-yard line. Don't know where this offense was earlier, but they have gotten going since then. This is some of the Fox is so unprepared. They don't have any of the highlights set up properly. Good catch by McLaurin. Good throw by Mariota. 1st and 10 at the 16. Mariota slant. Caught by Ertz. Down to the 5. As the Commanders clicking now on offense inside the Prize Picks red zone. 1st and goal from the 5. Minute 11:25 to go here. Mariota, keeper, breaks a Marshawn Kneeland tackle and dives, and he's in. Marshawn Kneeland has to make that tackle. Simply has to do it. And it is 16-12. Kneeland read that properly and just missed Mariota. Can't do it. Kneeland selling for the top 15 pick. The Commanders will go for 2. Kneeland, by the way, leaving and getting his wrist checked out right now. So 2-point try coming up. It's 16-12, a 4-point game. Going for 2 in case Dallas scores is what you're really setting up here. Ertz in motion. Trips right. Eckler swinging that way. Mariota going to the fade. McLaurin cannot make the catch. A lot of contact and no flag. So the Cowboys defense stands on the 2-point try. Kind of hate a red zone fade call, but it works for the Cowboys. 11:18 to go. 16-12. Commanders up over Dallas in the fourth quarter. Again, I say, is Marcus Mariota better than Jaden Daniels? My call-up. 16-12. Daniels enjoying it on the sideline. About ready to pull up the Falcons game. They are in the fourth quarter. Great field position. The Jags, I believe, just scored to tie that game up as well. So a lot going on here at the moment. Might have to go multi-view here in a minute. Jags. Have just scored, and they have tied things up at 20. Kick is away. Turpin will grab that and take a knee 3 yards deep in his own end zone. Patriots have extended their lead on a field goal, 20-16, as Joe Milton looks pretty solid today. Just kind of crazy to say out loud. Bucks are marching first and at the Saints' 24-yard line. So Cowboys and Commanders, 16-12. Bears, by the way, are up over the Packers, 21-13. Injured Jordan Love out of the game. Lance barking out signals. Dowdle back in the game as the single back. Lance going to play action it. Got Ferguson. Throws it high and off Ferguson's fingertips. That probably should be caught by Ferguson. That also is just an errant throw by Lance on a simple rollout. That ball you should not be making Jake Ferguson try to leap for it on that play. Oh, 60-40, 70-30 on the quarterback, whatever you want to assign there. Lundo Wells talking to him on the sideline. 2nd and 10. Lance under center. They're going to hand it off to Dowdle, cutting it back, and Dowdle gets 5 to bring up 3rd and 5. Will be about 11 minutes to go here in the ball game. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey. Third and 5. 3 right, 1 left. Cooks is the lone receiver left. Lance stepping up, taking a bomb to Cooks, downfield, overshot him. There is a flag, though, and I think this is going to be at least defensive holding on the Commanders. You see Cooks' jersey's off with the shoulder pad showing. I think this is going to be at least defensive holding here on St. Just. And it is indeed. That is a 5-yard free first down for the Cowboys. Here's the replay. And it's a lot of contact right there. That's a first down, Cowboys, to reset the chains. We don't wipe these 304s. Skip getting sued for $1.5 million. I want Zeke back. I don't know what that was. Don't know what the skip stuff is. Lance all day on play action. All day. Now throwing over the middle. Caught by Tolbert wide open to the 30 and spun down there. Too much time. I mean, you ask any defensive back to cover for that long, and it's simply not going to happen. A 32-yard pickup as we are inside of 10 minutes to go. And the Cowboys are marching again. Tolbert's at 4 for 99. Heavy personnel set for Dowdle. Dowdle, play action right for Lance. Lance looking, throwing, got Ryan Flournoy spinning and gets near the first down marker. That should be a first down pickup, and it will be inside the Prize Picks red zone. So some life now being shown by these teams. Lance again had a lot of time. Good job to find Flournoy there. First down, Cowboys. Inside that Prize Picks red zone. Remember to sub. We'll have off-season coverage for you all year long. Falcons in a 4th one at the Panthers 12, and that is going to be a false start on Ferguson. Commanders moved inside, not forward. That is another penalty on Ferguson. Falcons got the 4th down pickup. They have first at the Panthers' 11-yard line. Bucks are in first, 20 at the Saints' 34. Colts are marching first at the Jags' 31-yard line. First and 15 now. Now technically outside of the Prize Picks red zone. From the 23, Turpin in motion. Dowdle will get the counter. Dowdle will run and get maybe 3 on that one. Not a lot of space to operate. You're in 4-down territory, I would assume, unless you're in 4th and long. Because you're down by 4, inside of 9 to play in the football game. Second and 13 for the Cowboys. Looks like one of the Commanders' green dot helmets is busted. Lance dropping back, takes an end zone shot, and broken up. And a flag comes out for DPI. That is going to be first and goal from the 1. I thought that was good coverage. Pass interference on the Commanders. So it's first and goal from the 1, 8:25 to go. They ran a double move against St. Just. I don't know how that's DPI, frankly. He gets his head around that. That arm is around Mingo, but he's not. That's a terrible call, frankly. Terrible call. Lance to Lipke. Did he get in? I think so. They're going to say short. Maybe. Still no signal. They're marking him down short. At least let Rico get this one, man. He's got one all year. I thought he got in, but a horde of Cowboys bodies, you can't tell anything. The helmet actually did look short. The Bucks have taken the lead with 10 minutes to go against the Saints. Lipke again in the game at fullback. Do you watch for the sneak? It's set up to be a sneak package, it looks like. They're going to hand to Dowdle. Dowdle doesn't get in. In fact, he probably lost a yard. So 3rd and goal. Left side of the line did not do a great job there. Awesome Richards struggling. He got beat. We'll try again. 3rd and goal. 2 tight ends right. Dowdle that side. Lance hands it to Dowdle, and he's in. Dowdle scores. Finally punches it in. Just the 2nd rushing touchdown of the day for Rico Dowdle. And it is a 2-point Cowboys lead, 18-16, 7 minutes to go in the football game. The Falcons had the ball, 1st and 10 at the Panthers' 11, and they are now facing 3rd and 20 after offensive holding and a false start. Rico Dowdle punches it in for his 2nd rushing TD of the day. And I think there's a false start now. I think that was on Waletzko, I think is the number they called out there. That's Matt Waletzko indeed. So false start will back up the extra point try. The Falcons just scored. Penix to London, 21-yard strike. Go Falcons. Aubrey's extra point is good. 7:02 to go in the football game. It is 19-16. Cowboys lead over the Commanders. But the Commanders' last 2 drives on offense, mighty impressive. 8 plays, 70 yards, and a score twice. Their only points all coming from touchdowns, only coming from Marcus Mariota. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. It is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. It's playoff time. It's now or never. Don't miss out. Go to Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup over at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get that $50. Instantly, you can ride our CFB at Prize Picks slate. Ewers less than passing yards. Jeremiah Smith more than receiving yards. Travion Henderson more than rushing yards. Kick is away, and that is a touchback 9 yards deep in the end zone. So 7:02 to go. It is the Commanders' starting lineup except for Marcus Mariota. Other games that matter specifically for the Cowboys, the Colts have a 23-20 lead late in the fourth quarter. I'm going to do the multi-view here. If I can build my own, that'd be electric. We're going to add Colts, Jags, and we're going to add Falcons, Panthers. Games that matter for the Cowboys. Mariota, play action on 1st and 10. Falls down and just takes a sack. Just stumbled and went down. So, games that matter for playoff seeding is Mariota just... I don't understand what happened. He just, moved his right foot and missed the ground is the best thing I can say there. So, Colts and Jags matters potentially for Cowboys playoff seeding. Colts win. Cowboys loss would jump the Cowboys up a spot in the draft order. But the Cowboys are up right now. 2nd and 10, 2nd and 20 for Mariota. Screen, high, caught by McLaurin. McLaurin going to get to about the 28-yard line. So 3rd and long coming up now for the Commanders. As we are cheering for the Falcons because regardless, it would lock the Cowboys into a top 15 pick if they win against the Panthers. They are tied late in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 12. It's a blitz. Mariota stepping up, dancing. Flag comes out, goes down, going to take a sack. There is a flag on the play in the area of holding. So this could be a very quick 3 and out. And they just showed the official saying holding. So a quick 3 and out. The Jags, by the way, Mac Jones tucking and running for a first down. The Commanders will punt down by 3 with 5:50 to play in the football game. Nandor, it's a beer bong. 2 beer bongs from Nandor. Let's do it. You'll love to see it. Actually gives Nandor the lead in the Venmo 50-50 raffle or into the MVP chart. He's at 90, up over Cameron Palmer, who's got 80. Punt is away, nearly blocked again. Thank you. Turpin fair caught at his own 44-yard line. So 5:34 to go in the football game. Cowboys are up. And they can grind clock and secure a meaningless win and knock themselves down in the draft order too. Bucks have lead over the Saints. Jags down by 3 are marching. Beer bong coming up from Nandor Bank. Everyone spam NB in the comments. Here we go. Panthers had the ball 1st and 10, by the way, at the 42. Young play action. Pumping. And we'll focus on the Cowboys here. Handoff to Dowdle. Dowdle going to cut it up, and there's nowhere to go. He's going to lose a yard on that one. Second beer bong coming up here in just a second. 5:20 to play in the football game. It's a 3-point Cowboys lead. That's why the Commanders went for 2. Here we go. Second and 11. Lance, toss left to Dowdle, finds a crease, and gets near the first down marker. Tripped up, it's a gain of at least 9, maybe 10 actually, on 2nd and 11. To bring up 3rd and 1. Inside of 4.5 to go, and this one snapped next. Colts, Jags at the 2-minute warning. The Packers have cut their deficit to just 2, by the way. Bears football. 3rd and 1, 4:20 to play in the ball game. It is 3rd and short for the Cowboys. Lance in the shotgun, Dowdle to his left, trips right. Lance, keeper, Lance doesn't get it. Decision time for Dallas. He is a half-yard shy on that one. He made the right read to keep it. I don't know why Richards keeps looking backwards. That's not a good sign. Richards got to block Luvo, and it's a first down. Richards blocked nobody there. Killed the play. He has struggled at left tackle today, I'll be honest. I like the kid. I think he'd be your 6th, 7th, 8th offensive lineman, but he has not looked great today. So Jags, Colts. Jags are near field goal range, 2 minutes to go. Falcons trying to hang tied with the Panthers. Panthers doing a trick play. Adam Thielen nearly intercepted. Should have been offensive pass interference. There's the flag for it. 4th and 1, and the Cowboys take a delay of game. So they're going to punt this one back. I do appreciate Lance always talking with the guy that messed up the previous play. I actually appreciate that. That's good stuff. So as a reminder, Cowboys are out of the playoff hunt. Playing for pride, contracts, maybe the head coach, and draft picks if they lose. Regardless of the Cowboys' outcome, we are cheering for the Falcons and the Colts because wins hurt their draft stock. Jags in 3rd and 8, down by 3 at the 40-yard line. Mac Jones drops back, throws it short. Brian Thomas getting to the edge, taken down short. Punt is away from Brian Anger. Fair caught at the 9 by Jamison Crowder. 3:18 to go in a 3-point game for the Commanders. 4th and 3 coming up in the Colts-Jags game. They're kind of in field goal range. It'd be a long one. Panthers in 1st and 25 from their own 48, tied against the Falcons here. We are cheering for Atlanta for draft pick positioning. Young throws a shot play and gets open. First down, a gain of 30. 53-yard try for Cam Little for the Jags is online. Distance is good. So Jags, Colts tied at 23. Commanders football, first and at their own 9-yard line. Handoff to Robinson. Robinson up the middle is going to break a tackle and get about 5, maybe 6 on that one. Bryce Young is feeling it right now. 5:40 to go in the Falcons-Panthers game. Young under center. Handoff to Sanders. Sanders dancing. Or it's actually Blackshear picking up 7. 2nd and 4 from the 15 for the Commanders. 2:45 to play in the football game. Super chats to come. Blitz coming. Mariota feeling it. Gonna go down. It's a sack and a face mask on Donovan Wilson. That's going to be 15 yards on a sack. Panthers had the ball in 2nd and 3 from the 13. Young rolling left, finding an open receiver. That's JT Sanders. Did not get the first down. Kneeling back in the game, by the way, is, Donovan Wilson got the top of the helmet and pulled down and got enough of the face mask there. 2 flags come out. It's a free first down for the Commanders. 2:34 to go. Ball at the 30 now. Mariota in the shotgun. Play action. Parsons trying to get some pressure. Mariota stepping up, throwing across his body, through the hands and incomplete. Terry McLaurin was open. They could not connect. 2nd and 10. Colts. Minute 42 to go. First play is a Jonathan Taylor handoff, and they pick up 2 as Bryce Young keeps it on 3rd and 1 and scores in the Panthers game. Another touchdown for Bryce Young, his 5th of the game. And Atlanta, about to go down 7. So 2nd and 10 in the Cowboys game, 2nd and 7 for the Colts. Mariota from his own 30. Colts pick up 6. Mariota slants, caught, a gain of 6-ish to Terry McLaurin. 3rd down coming up, 2:20 to play in the football game. Appreciate Nandor's super chat. He's now the MVP leader today. Got a $10 lead over Cameron Palmer. Commanders, right before the 2-minute warning, 3 seconds left, 2-1. They do not get the snap off. We will go to the 2-minute warning of that game. 3rd and 1. Colts give it to Jonathan Taylor with 38 seconds left. They call a timeout. Now, we are cheering for the Colts in this one because if the Cowboys blow this and the Colts win, the Cowboys jump up a spot in the NFL draft order. We got some super chats to get to here as well as we're doing multiple games at once here. Cole Sharkey, if the Cowboys score, stupid the Commanders went for 2. Timing at the time made sense. It went the wrong scenario for the Commanders. Chris B, of course, you're going to bail out PI when we don't want it. Ed, can we get Scattaboo in the 2nd? Probably. He might be there in 3rd for you. Wouldn't surprise me at all. What a culture win for the Cowboys. What BS. Xavier, go for it, Mike. Show us something. Bump on a log. Sammy or Mammy, what are the Cowboys going to do with Mike McCarthy, and what would you like to see them do with McCarthy? I don't know what they're going to do. They might drag it out. That'd be my guess. That's what they always do. I want a new coach, and I want to do a real coaching search. That is my goal. Simon Castillo into the Venmo 50-50 raffle here. So it is now 2nd and 10 for Indy. 34 seconds left for Joe Flacco. Other 2 games are at TV timeout. Hit that sub button. Flacco drops back. Has time. Throws. Underneath. Kylan Granson gets to midfield at 28 seconds left. Really, really pulling out deep names here with Kylan Granson getting catches. Pretty sure I actually don't know if that's Granson, but I saw a white tight end for Indy, so I assume it's Kylan Granson. By the way, Packers have the ball again. A chance to go tie this one up. It was Granson. I know ball. 3rd and 2 at midfield for Indy. We're cheering for the Colts. Flacco. Under pressure. Gonna go down and take a sack, and boy, this game might go to overtime. Jags just called a timeout. 20 seconds left. Nandor, another beer bong. You got it, buddy. Let's do it. Nandor Bank extending his MVP lead. Cameron says, how about another shot? Cameron's at 100. Nandor's at 140. Shot first. Let's do it, Nandor and Cameron. 3rd and 4 for the Commanders. 2 minutes to go in the football game. Ball at the 36-yard line. Thank you. Mariota. Pressure coming. Slant. A lot of contact. And caught by McLaurin for a first down anyway. Shot. And a false start on the Commanders. That is also a 10-second runoff. Unless the Commanders use a timeout. Brutal mistake there by Washington. Out of bounds punt on that one by the Colts. So Jags, 2 timeouts, 15 seconds left. Or that game's going to go to overtime. Thank you, Nandor. Thank you, Cameron. Beer bong coming up here. Falcons, who we are cheering for, are down by 7, 3.5 to go at their own 45-yard line. Bottoms up. Bijan, the handoff, picks up 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, what a run by Bijan. Commanders have not taken that timeout next. I think you're in a Mika range, but I think you're on the opening of a Mika range. Like I don't know if he's really worth a top 20 pick. Yeah, so they are going to decline. They're going to accept the 10-second runoff. The Jags and Colts, by the way, are going into overtime, and the Packers have taken the lead over the Bears late, which means if the results hold, the Commanders would drop to the 7 seed. Falcons, Drake London picks up the first down. Clock is ticking, by the way. Minute 20 to go. Mariota, speed option left, tosses it to Eckler. Eckler is going to get no yards, and they will stop the clock, which I think that clock should have been running. He went backwards, not forwards. That clock should have continued to run. They stop it instead at 1:15 as Bijan Robinson gets the Falcons to the 25-yard line. Again, we are doing Cowboys Commanders right now. We're live for that. We are also monitoring Colts Jags. We want the Colts to win for draft pick purposes and the Falcons to win for draft pick purposes. Hit that sub button. Cameron has conceded to Nandor. Mariota throws and caught by Terry McLaurin. Gained about 13 on a diving catch on a deep dig. Hell of a catch by Terry. Good coverage by Bland. 3rd and 2, just shy of midfield, 2.5. 50 seconds left, 4 down territory. Mariota, motion coming. Cowboys bringing a delayed blitz. Mariota, feeling it, got to get rid of it. Rolling left, looking, running, stuttering, is going to get near the first down marker. The Commanders will have to call a timeout. 33 seconds. I think he's a half yard shy. Took off a lot of time. Mariota running around for his life. I think they'll measure this. Got to get to the 48. Mariota, do we have the near view? Because that ball's in the right hand. He is right at the marker. The ref was also right there, so he would know best. Look at me giving credit to an official. 4th and 1. Ball game coming up. Commanders must get the first down. They are down by 3. They have 1 timeout left. They could get creative with a little designed keeper here, potentially, too, as the Cowboys have called a timeout. It is a half yard to go for a first down pickup. There's 33 seconds left. With the way the results currently hold, A win by the Cowboys would knock the Commanders, unless the Bears can pull off a comeback. They're in 2nd and 6 at the Packers' 46, 28 seconds left. Would knock the Commanders down to the 7 seed and knock the Cowboys down the draft order. TBD how far. Fourth and 1. One timeout for each team. Falcons have the ball at the 25-yard line, by the way, as Penix over the middle, dropped by Drake London. 4th and 1. Colts get the ball to begin overtime. Mariota coming out in the shotgun here. Keeper, Mariota's loose, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, taken down at the 15-yard line. A read option, and Mariota has the Commanders in field goal range. 24 seconds left. Unbelievable. A read option. That's on Leofau. Leofau crashed in too wide. By the way, the Colts did not convert a bomb to Michael Pittman. 3rd and 10 in the Falcons-Panthers game. Micah did his job. He crashed it on the running back. He's supposed to there. He does not have contained. Leofau has contained there, and he was kind of caught in no man's land. 3rd and 10 in the Falcons game. Commanders out of timeouts, 25 seconds left. They got to be ready for the fire drill. "25 seconds. Ball at the Cowboys 16. It's the Prize Picks red zone. Mariota against the blitz. Throws. Caught by Ertz, but he's inbounds at the 6. Clock is ticking. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. They spotted it badly. 8, 7. They spike it with 6. A terrible spot by the officiating crew cost the Commanders 3 seconds. So now it is 2nd and goal from the 6. You have time for one play if it's a quick one. That was a bad clock usage. Bad spot by the officiating crew. Flacco. Sideline caught to the 45. Alec Pierce. 2nd and 4. The Commanders will go for it. It's been an 86-yard drive. 2nd and goal from the 5. 6 seconds left. And the Cowboys call their final timeout. They've got time for one more play. Do you want them to score here? Y for yes, N for no. Hit that sub button too. Falcons now in 1st and goal with a minute to play. Colts 1st and 10 in overtime at their 47, their own 47. And Taylor picks up 5. Falcons on 1st and goal. The Bears have the ball 3rd and 11 in Packers territory. Bijan bouncing it wide to the edge. He's in. Falcons score. 46 seconds left. Extra point away from tying it. Mariota. Cowboys showing pressure. 2nd and goal. 6 seconds left. The 5. Mariota dropping back. Fade. McLaurin makes the catch. What a grab by McLaurin. And the Commanders are going to win. And the Cowboys boost their draft stock. The Falcons game no longer matters for Dallas. With that touchdown, the Cowboys have locked up a top 13 pick. Mariota delivers. The Patriots have beaten the Bills, and the Titans have locked up the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. So that is going to be ball game here. I say that. There is 3 seconds left. The Colts are marching, and if the Colts take that touchdown and win this game, then the Cowboys are guaranteed a top 12 pick. They are locked into a top 13 pick right now. I don't believe the difference between Arizona, well, either way it doesn't matter because the Niners would win. You cannot get top 10 Roman Wolf Gaming. It is not possible. Colts are marching. Jonathan Taylor bouncing it wide to the 20, picks up 7. So the Cowboys are going to lose, but win in the NFL draft order. That wasn't even bad coverage by Deron Bland, but that was just Terry McLaurin being better. Great throw, great catch. Frankie, I want the Cowboys to have a better draft pick. This year's cooked. It doesn't matter. You get the draft pick, and you might get a better head coach in there. It's about drafting. Turpin, bring it out. Bring it out. He's going to do it. Let's do it. Let's have some fun here. From his own 9 yards deep in his own end zone, has nowhere to go. And that is ball game. The Commanders beat the Cowboys 23-19. The Commanders are still frauds. They are still frauds. But the Cowboys get a better draft pick. I will say, Ecuador, man, I'll shut you out here as Chris builds our raffles here. I don't think you're getting Abdul Carter. I would be really surprised if he fell to you. I would be very happy, though. Now, if the Niners win, takes out one of your hypothetical Genty targets. Byron Joe David. I want Mike gone. So that would be good for me. Flacco on 3rd and 5, stepping up, throwing, incomplete to the end zone. Josh Downs wanted DPI, didn't get it. So Colts set to kick the field goal here. A tie would benefit us. Andres Yabar was right. This is about the greater good for me. I am going to be a chill guy no matter what. I would have enjoyed a win because the Commanders are frauds. I'd be trolling them a lot. But this is about the greater good. I don't like losing games. You've lost too many. It doesn't matter. And if you were fighting for something, I'd have been throwing this pen across the room, which I have done before. There are clips of me throwing my laptop across the room as well, which I did do at one point. I didn't throw it. I flipped it. I was mad, and I flipped it. And it didn't break. It's the same laptop. But I was very upset when that happened. So, all right, this is for the $90 take-home on the Venmo 50-50 raffle as Bryce Young is about to punt it back to the Falcons, which doesn't matter. I only care about the Colts game at this point. All right, let's race this 50-50 raffle. You need a Colts win and a Niners win, and the Cowboys lock up the number 11 pick. Commanders are still frauds, by the way. Absolutely still frauds. Race is underway, by the way. The Bears, a 51-yard try to upset the Packers. So Tennessee has the number 1 pick in the NFL draft now. That's good for business. For Chat Sports. Giants 3, Browns 2. What chaos has unfolded today in the NFL draft order? It landed properly when I flipped my laptop. All right, here's a clip of it. It's very viral. I've met many people who I remember when you flipped your laptop. It's the first thing people bring up. That was the Niners playoff game. I lost my mind. Noah wins the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Jotmon coming through with a $50 super chat as well. Hey, lucky number 11 is a good point, Ecuador, man. Let's take 11 at 11. I would be very excited. I think he's a really promising football player. I would love that one. Dylan, is this the Jerry race? It's insert whatever you want it to be race. That's what it is. Noah, $50 headed your way. Colts, Jags, 26-23. Hand off to Bigsby. Jotman, perfect game. The Cowboys fought. We have proven the Commanders are frauds. Best of all, blowing a later game, switching to check in the Fire McCarthy column. Goodbye to Horde season. Let's agree to never discuss this again. Drink up, Tom. I think Jotman's spot on, by the way. I truly do. That's my mindset. Like, just the season's over. I want the higher draft pick. It'll benefit you in the long run. You blew the game late. That's a good thing. And again, big picture. Sucks losing. If you're mad about losing, I get it. But I want the draft pick. Speaking of Mac Jones, check down to Bigsby. Bigsby on 2nd and 9 picks up 3. A Colts win would secure at least the number 12 pick in the NFL draft. At least the number 12 pick. Bottoms up, here we go. There we go. Love it. Noah, you've been paid. Cheers to you, my friend. We'll run this race. Go ahead and run it. I'm just going to do the play-by-play here. We'll stay live for this. We might as well. Jones under pressure. Going to go down. It's a sack. It's going to be 4th and about 20. And the Cowboys, if the Colts win, are about to secure at least the number 12 pick in the NFL draft. At least. Race is underway. This is for the jersey raffle. Fourth and 22 coming up. Jags are going to call a timeout here. I'll shout out Dylan, says, watch, they keep McCarthy. Oh boy. Vanquish time. That's a shot. This is for the signed Brandon Aubrey jersey raffle. The winner, it's going to be a photo finish. Robert Simmons. Robert, email me, tom@chatsports.com. Nandor, send me a comment or comment on your Venmo payments. You won the MVP football today. So, Nandor, comment for me so I can get your shipping info. We'll sign it and send it out to you. Clown Boys deliver. The Commanders win. I'm just a chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. Told you it's going to be a chill guy all year long. If they'd stopped there, I would have had the same energy. 4th and 22. This play coming up here for the Colts would secure at least a top 12 pick in the NFL draft. Take-a-thon is crashed, by the way. It is completely crashed out. Jones, 4th and 22. F it. Short of the first down marker, but they pick up 17. The Cowboys have locked up at least the number 12 pick in the NFL draft. I owe a shot for Vanquish time. A couple super chats I want to hit here real quick. We will sign off. Cowboys lose against the Commanders. Prove that the Commanders are frauds again. And get at least a top 12 pick in the NFL draft. We will have a breakdown of the draft targets for you after the 4 p.m. games, as the Cowboys will take on we will be cheering for the 49ers. Sounds weird. Go Niners. Vanquish time. Thanks for the coverage. We'll be here all off season long as well. The Bucs are up by 8, and Mike Evans just got his 1,000 yards again. They threw it on 1st and 10 to get Mike Evans 1,000 yards. You know what? I love that shit, though. That's what this is about. Yeah, the Saints aren't even calling timeout. They're like, yeah, it's fine, whatever, who cares? All right, Mark, Tom, we were spot on. We were out of the playoffs, so the few wins mean jack. A little too late as we have top 14 pick of top 10 pick. I will say, by the way, you're going to finish 2 games back of the number 10 pick, and you would not have won the tiebreakers either. So you could have lost 2 more games, and you'd still be picking 11. If that makes you feel better, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But you were 2 full games back. So you could have lost to the Panthers, and it wouldn't have mattered. You would have been 2 full games back still. Maybe it helps you, maybe it doesn't. We will have a video for you guys this afternoon. Make sure you guys are stay tuned for it. Offseason is here for the Cowboys, and it's a big one. Hit that sub button so you don't miss out.